Good morning. We'll be calling to order in 5 minutes. Sergeant at Arms, do you have the microphones prepared? All right, good morning. This is Friday, October 7th, second day of our AMB and ANS Grand Camp Convention. We are calling this meeting to order. We'd like the invocation, and we request ANS Executive Committee member, Millie Schoonover.
Good morning, brothers and sisters. You know, it feels like old home week here. It's so good to see each and every one of your smiling faces this morning. And I haven't been able to, see who's watching through Zoom or however they're watching, but good morning to them too. It's not freezing cold here. I brought all my warm clothes because I'm going to Anchorage. It's going to be cold, and so far it hasn't been cold. So again, good morning, and let's rise and bow our heads, please. Most gracious and loving Father, we come before you this morning with our hearts filled with joy, with love, with anticipation. Lord, we ask that you bless each person here today that represents their camp. Be with those that are on Zoom. Be with those that can't be with us today for whatever reason. Lord, we ask that you bless our thoughts, that you bless each and everything that the decisions that we make for our future as A&B and A&S Grand Camp. Lord, be with us. We appreciate your presence, your guidance, your love. Lord, and we pray for a very good, productive day. These things we ask in your precious name. Amen. Have a great day, everyone.
Thank you, Sister Millie. All right, we are going to have our voting where we vote in and test for credentials. Sister Mary?
Mayor Marina Suits, Anchorage Camp 87. We'd like to request that our junior A&S member, Madison Suits, be seated as junior non-voting.
Approved, thank you. Welcome, Sister Madison. All right, if, we can request Dots to open the test vote to establish the quorum. If everybody could vote in and
Absolutely.
know that you are in.
So this is Michael from Dots. We've gone ahead and opened that ballot. You're looking for the link that says vote now, quorum vote October 7th. So just remember to navigate to your voting platform and enter your ID and password, and you should find the link there. I think what I'm going to do right now, I'm going to ask Alejandro to put up the voting slides one more time, and I'll just quickly go through them. We can skip through these meeting ones, Alejandro, and I'll just go straight to the voting. So just as a quick reminder, you're going to be looking for your email from credentials@dataonthespot.com. In that email, it will have the link to the website, which we've also posted in the chat. And then it has your ID and password, which you'll need to log in to access your account. So log in, and then you'll see a screen similar to the next page here. Next slide, Alejandro. So you'll use your ID and password to log in. And once you've logged in, you'll see a screen like this. If there's a ballot open, you will see a blue link. If you don't see that and you're already logged in, if you click next vote, that will refresh the page and display the currently active ballot. So just click on that blue link, make your choice. For the sake of the quorum vote, there is only one option, the option being I am present. So once you've made your choice, click confirm. That will confirm your answer. And then finally, you'll see a success message with a green check mark like that. That's your sign that you know your vote has been cast and you can navigate back to the Zoom meeting. That's it. So we'll leave this open for a little bit, and please feel free to reach out to us if you're having any issues. We've put our support information in the chat there. You can always chat any of us that have dots at the start of our name, or you can also email us at credentials@dataonthespot.com. Thank you very much. So again, just a friendly reminder, we put the link in the chat there. So please, if you haven't voted for the quorum vote this morning, please go ahead and do that now. That will signify your presence and allow them to complete the credentials report. So please indicate your presence by going to the voting website and click on the quorum vote, and then click on I am present as your selection. Thank you very much.
Does anybody in the new room need assistance with voting that you are present? Thank you. While we are waiting, I'll do a little housekeeping for those in person. So yesterday we heard a few cell phones going off, so if you would please put those on silent. Today we start fines.
Okay, so just once again, this is Michael from DOTS. We still have that ballot open. We'll await your confirmation to close that up, but we seem to have gotten most of the votes in. So just let us know when you'd like us to close that, and we will report those results through our back channel.
Does anybody virtually need any more time?
And we're seeing no hands raised.
Thank you. We can go ahead and close. Thank you. We have 40 in attendance today. Grand Secretaries, when you are ready for the credentials report. While we are waiting, another point of information. During convention, the delegates just need to wear their hats, not their kuginas. Thank you. Other than the Sergeant at Arms and the Grand Presidents. Thank you. Reminder, when you are wearing your caps and your kuginas, no eating. We are just awaiting the credentials report. Thank you. The quorum has been established. Thank you, Brother Tamsin. The first thing we are going to do, we will be adjusting the agenda for today. We will add Governor Dunleavy at 9:10. We will add a report on hearing at 9:50, and this would be with Sister Paulette Marino. Report on hearing is scheduled at 9:50 with Paulette Marino. We will be removing the Veterans Access to Land Allotment Report that was scheduled at 9:15. And as of right now, those are the only changes. Grand Secretaries, are the minutes prepared? Does Dots have them? I can't hear you. All right, everybody in the room and everyone online, Dots is sharing the minutes from October 9th, 2021. Please review. Sister Paulette? Sergeant at Arms, can we get Sister Paulette a microphone, please?
Thank you, Madam Grand President. Madam Chair, are these the correct minutes? I believe this looks like last year's minutes.
This is the one we are approving, the ones from the last
Okay.
day of last year.
Thank you. Then please strike my edit.
Thank you.
We
Sister
have
Carol?
a hand up online
I saw that.
from
Thank you.
Rhonda.
I saw that. Thank you. Thank you. Correction on these minutes is the date. It should read 10/9/21. Sister Rhonda?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Apologies, I'm having difficulty with my camera at this moment. But I make a motion to approve the minutes of 10/9/21 of last year.
Thank you. Motion's been made by Rhonda Butler to approve the minutes of 10/9/2021 from last year. Is there a second? Charlene Wolf, thank you. A second. Any discussion?
Under discussion, Madam Chair,
Please state your name.
Rhonda Butler,
Thank you. Go ahead.
ANS Camp 2,
Okay, go ahead.
the correction of the date being the annual year of 2021.
Yes, that has already been stated by our ANS Grand Secretary. Thank you.
Under discussions for it to be in the motion and to be following in accordance to Robert Rules of Order. Thank you.
Thank you. Brother Jan?
Jan Trigg, A and B Camp 70. I'm wondering, are we seeing just the first page of several pages of the minutes?
Yes, Dots, can we see the rest of the minutes?
Yeah, just a couple moments, we'll get those up for you shortly.
Thank you very much. And for a point of information for those in the room, we are having the minutes printed It's just taking longer.
This is Alejandro from Data on the Spot. If you be patient, because we only got one page of the minutes, so we're waiting to get the rest.
Grand Secretaries, I have a question. So I understand that the printer is down here and they're looking for other options. Did you send the minutes for yesterday to DOTS in its entirety? Can you please send that and get that prepared?
You are correct that the printer here at the hall is not working. They have been sent to, they're being resent to DOTS right now, the minutes from last year. The minutes for yesterday will be printed as soon as we can get a printer up and running.
Please make sure DOTS also has a copy of that. So they
Of
can share
course,
that.
Madam
Thank you.
President.
And we are showing the minutes now with all the pages.
Thank you. Sister Carol, will you make sure that the minutes for today have been mailed to all the delegates, emailed?
Madam Chair,
Please identify.
Rhonda Butler, ANS Camp 2.
Yes.
For those of us sorry.
Go ahead.
For those of us attending virtually and trying to go through these minutes and the scrolling option, I would kindly like to request that these minutes from 2021 that we're currently on also be emailed through the Google Docs from DOTS. These are our legal documents, and I'd like to make sure that we're doing this correctly. Thank you.
Thank you. The grant secretaries will email the minutes from October 9th, 2021, and the minutes from yesterday, October 6th, 2022, to all the delegates and officers.
Good morning. I know you're ready to do business, but I would be reminiscent to make sure I take care of my business that has been sent to me, and that's to give you the thought of the day. The question was asked by the local minister to his congregation, what is the strongest day of the week? What is the strongest day of the week? And the answer was Sunday, because the rest are weekdays.
Thank you, Brother Sasha. So has the delegation had time to review the minutes? There's a motion on the floor to approve the minutes with a correction of the date of the year from 2022 to 2021. The motion's been made and seconded. Any other discussion? Thank you. Question's been called.
Madam Chair, we haven't received virtually these minutes for complete review.
They've been shared online, and you will be receiving these. She'll send these out momentarily.
I would like to kindly request that the voting on this and we remain in discussion until we can accurately review all documents.
Sister Rhonda, do you still have your hand up, or is this another question?
Yes, Madam Chair, as the motion maker, at this time, I would like to withdraw my motion and proceed with orders of the day and address the minutes when we've all received them virtually? Thank you.
They've been emailed out? They're emailed out now. The person making the second? Charlene Wolf? Are you in agreement? Or would you like to move on? The maker of the motion, Rhonda Butler, would like to withdraw her motion and add this to later in the day. If the second is okay with that? Thank you. We will move on with our agenda. We will come back to the minutes. Thank you, Sister Rhonda. Next on the agenda is Sea Alaska. Brother Tam? You have not heard from Sea Alaska when they will be in attendance?
Madam President, A and B, Grand Secretary Timms, and LZU, I have not received confirmation from Sea Alaska if it would be virtual or if there was going to be someone in attendance. I will follow up on that, but that was the last.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we do have a video from Central Council from President Peterson, if Dots can share that. And then
Tribe representing
right
Southeast Alaska. I'd like to share some of the highlights on some of the departments here at Clinton Haida. And as you can imagine, we have a tremendous amount going on. So I'm really going to hit the highlights, things that I think really matter to our Grand Camp Convention. In the last year, just over a year ago, we established our Community Behavioral Services Division. And we're working on things that really matter to our citizens, to your delegates. And this is really in response to many years of tribal assembly, our delegates raising concerns over addiction, behavioral health, and those related topics. So this department was established to fill that hole in service that's for our people. And we're currently serving over 150 clients, and we're working hard to get through our wait list. In less than 1 year of operations, our CBS Healing Center is now approved to bill Medicaid as a provider. We've hired 7 full-time clinicians, 6 of which are tribal citizens. We operate a 24/7 crisis line to support our citizens who need immediate help. And that number is 907-463-7305. If anybody's in a crisis situation, please share that number and we can get immediate attention to them. We're able to provide assessments to help our citizens struggling with addictions to get into treatment services they need. The ultimate goal, we really want to be building treatment centers. We hear from our communities, we hear from our people, that's one of the biggest needs. And the reality is right now, when somebody is facing addiction wants help, they need immediate help. If they are delayed, if they have to wait, you usually lose them. So we're working really hard to bridge those gaps. And again, we're able to provide the assessments needed to be able to get them into a treatment center elsewhere right away. And as many know who have tried to get those assessments, that's the really barrier. So we're really excited that we can get almost immediate attention and get those assessments at least now. Our Tribal Family and Youth Services team continue to work hard to preserve our families. And I'm really proud of the work they do. And we recently, in the last 2 years, stood up a Washington office, and we have an Anchorage office now. So we're providing services outside of our typical service area of here in Southeast. and continue to be really proud of the work that they're doing. Our Washington office, we're able to establish have been working to ensure our youth are connected to their identity. For example, they helped 2 foster youth attend Sea Alaska's Latsing Culture Camp this summer. They've come to the Native Youth Olympics, but we're within just a short period of time, we're already seeing over 50 cases in the Seattle area. We're seeing over 50 new cases in the Anchorage area. And this is really without much publicity that we're expanding these services, which tells us, one, that we're needed in these areas, but more alarming is probably that there's overwhelming need. So we're going to continue to grow and expand those services with the goal of meeting our citizens where they're at. We continue to have ongoing motherhood and fatherhood, our sacred classes. And I'm proud that we're working to expand those through being able to do Zoom and virtual versus just in person. So we're able to expand those to citizens wherever they're at as well. Our elders program is expanding, and I'm really so proud of our team who worked hard to make sure our elders felt connected and supported during this pandemic. Another department that really is in the trenches is the reentry and recovery department, which is providing non-congregate shelters for our citizens recently incarcerated and helping them transition back into the community. Those are here in Juneau, and we're providing services for those recently in Lemon Creek. We're currently serving 11 men in Juneau and in the process of rebuilding our women's shelter after it experienced a major flooding incident. So we'll hopefully within the 2023 be back to housing and serving women as well. Our 477 division, and 477 is predominantly our social services and work ready programs. Our tribal child support unit belongs in that. And they've continued to collect over $1 million in support for our children and families. The work that they're doing makes me incredibly proud. This team does it in order to ensure that our children have the support they need to thrive in life. This program is really rooted in our values and not a punitive system. They work hard with our families to get support, not just financially, but other ways of support, which have included, firewood, traditional foods, childcare, et cetera. It's really about maintaining that relationship between the child and the parent. And, no relationship between child and parent should be severed because of financial reasons. So they work hard to be creative in maintaining that connection. Our employment and training department has worked to host several job fairs for our tribal citizens, including a job fair specifically highlighting all the jobs available at Tlingit and Haida. They work to equip clients with and build employment skills and find meaningful employment. In 2022, we were able to host our youth employment service program again. We had 10 eligible youth placed in positions to get on-the-job experience. We had 1 in Angoon, 1 in Craig, 1 in Haines, 4 in Juneau, and 3 in Cake. We're really working to rebuild that program. We want to see more communities served and more youth having opportunities getting those job skills. We've also had another successful year of hosting our annual backpack event to provide backpacks and essential school supplies to our youth. And we've continued and strive to, again, meet our citizens where they're at. And so we've had service area backpack events, but we've also expanded to our youth wherever they are. And so we've gotten backpacks to children all over the nation, which has been really exciting and a lot of fun for our staff. Our Cultural Heritage and Education Division, we just finished our 3rd year with Hayu Katungi Kuti, which is our language immersion for youth 3 to 5 years old. And that's a real joy to see our children immersed in the language and developing that critical connection. Our Cultural Heritage and Education Department also worked with the Food Security Program to host a fish camp in Juneau. And we're excited to share that this was a huge success, and we look forward to expanding to more communities. Our Public Safety Division has been an exciting area of growth through this pandemic as well. We formed our Tribal Emergency Operations Center. We had sent out barge containers full of emergency supplies, response equipment to, I think, 21 of our communities, all of our communities actually, including Seattle, San Francisco, and Anchorage. We have stood up this program and has been making a real difference in our communities. We've responded to emergencies in Haines, in Heidelberg, and Goon, and we've been a part of several search and rescue operations. They've been a part of some of the food distribution programs. If we were in your community distributing any foods or traditional foods, it was this team that was a part of that. And we're really excited. Now we're rolling out the Everbridge emergency communication software, which will help fill a significant gap in emergency dispatching in the state of Alaska and beyond, which is significant, especially in Alaska, where our people are going missing and murdered at an astounding rate. Every minute and second counts, and Tlingit and Haida is committed to doing our part to make sure our people come home. Our Native and Lands Resources Division continues to conduct water quality testing and monitoring on transboundary rivers here in Southeast. We had our first grow and harvest in the greenhouse here in Juneau. We're excited to see this expand into more communities as we work towards food security. Our team continues to have important conversations with the Forest Service as we move towards co-stewardship agreements. And we just recently signed a historic agreement with the Department of Agriculture, where we're working with Spruce Root and the Sustainable Southeast Partnership, Forest Service, and Southeast Conference to administer funding to do community-driven projects, and we're really excited about that. Self-governance has always been the cornerstone of Tlingit and Haida, and it's an area that we continually expand, and we've successfully rolled out our Community Navigators program. We've hired a navigator in all of our Tlingit and Haida communities, and this position will work with our tribal citizens to connect them to services and resources. They can help fill out paperwork, connect you to staff, and really work with folks to find the resources that they need, whether they're with Tlingit and Haida or beyond. Additionally, our self-governance manager is working with tribes to provide training for tribal councils and assistance where needed. Through this pandemic, a big issue you probably heard about is broadband. And we've created our Tidal network, and they're the broadband group within Tlingit and Haida, and they're working diligently on grant applications to assist and bring a reliable high-speed internet to all of our communities in Southeast. They continue to advocate and engage on the state and national level, and we have also hired an affordable connectivity program navigator to assist citizens with applying for affordable connectivity. The affordable connectivity is a really neat program just rolled out in the infrastructure bill, and it allows a stipend to folks who have a hard time affording Wi-Fi. So if you're interested in that program, be sure to reach out to us. We've also continued through the pandemic our small business grants program. And in 2022, our small business grant program has awarded over $2.5 million to tribal citizen-owned businesses to help with the impact from the pandemic. And we've also started a new grant program for tribal citizens who are starting their own businesses, which includes mandatory training on business development. Unfortunately, I can't go through every department and share highlights. on everything, it would take up your whole convention, but I'm extremely proud of the work that Clinton Haida has accomplished over the last 3 years, despite being in a pandemic. From the onset, I said that we needed to come out stronger on the other side. And I think by pulling on the strength and resilience from our ancestors, we have. This pandemic has been incredibly hard on our people as we are community oriented, and being isolated for so long has really created some hardships. Through that process, we've learned how to better serve our tribal citizen, and we continue to learn how to better serve our tribal citizens wherever they may be. Our businesses continue to thrive, including the Tlingit and Haida Tribal Business Corporation. Through this economic sovereignty, we're generating unrestricted funds to be able to serve our citizens how we see fit, not bound by grant restrictions or service areas. The tribe is being called on to provide testimony and comment from the state of Alaska and federal governments more than ever before. We continue to push our policy priorities and advocate for our tribal citizens. Tlingit and Haida is proud of our history as a grandchild of A&B and ANS, and every day we call on the strength of our ancestors and that traditional knowledge to continue to advocate for our people. Chief Shawa for all that you do and for the invitation to share some of what Tlingit and Haida is doing. I hope that you have a great convention and wish you all good health. Thank you.
We thank Central Council. We thank President Peterson for his video and all the information that he shared with us. We'd also like to thank Central Council for being one of our sponsors for the convention. Next, we have a video from Governor Dunleavy.
Paul founded the Alaska Native Brotherhood. Along with 10 like-minded fellow leaders, the Brotherhood formed to fight for the citizenship, for voting rights, for civil rights, for land claims, for Native sovereignty. Just a couple of years later, the Alaska Native Sisterhood was formed in 1914 under the leadership of Eva Blake, Louise Bradley, and Joe Yukas. Good day. Governor Dunleavy here to thank you for the honor of addressing the Grand Camp of the Alaska Native Brotherhood and Native Sisterhood. As the world's oldest organization of indigenous peoples, today's members and leaders are descended from the pioneering Alaska Natives. 110 years ago, just a couple of months after Alaska became a territory, Brothers Lewis and William Paul founded the Alaska Native Brotherhood. Along with 10 like-minded fellow leaders, the Brotherhood formed to fight for the citizenship, for voting rights, for civil rights, for land claims, for Native sovereignty. Just a couple of years later, the Alaska Native Sisterhood was formed in 1914 under the leadership of Eva Blake, Louise Bradley, and Joe Yukas to fight for and secure these same rights. Drawing upon the Tlingit and Haida traditions of the potlatch and the Grand Camp, the Native Brotherhood and Sisterhood united their people with a voice that echoes until today, and whose reach touches all of us. This list of accomplishments for the Alaska Native Brotherhood and Sisterhood is long and impressive. Securing federal citizenship and voting rights, forming tribal governments, pressing land claims, and winning anti-discrimination protection from the territorial legislature. Without the Native Brotherhood and Sisterhood, we may not have the Alaska Federation of Natives we know today, or been able to celebrate 50 years since the passage of the Alaska Native Claims Settlement Act. Alaska's history is the history of the Brotherhood and Sisterhood. Your people and our state would not be the same without your efforts and the efforts of your ancestors. Rooted in traditional ways of life and values, the Brotherhood and Sisterhood shaped our past, and your members will shape our present and our future. Thank you again for the honor of speaking with you today. Rose and I wish you all the best for the 2022 Grand Camp.
Thank you to Governor Dunleavy. Thank you. Thank you. Next on our agenda, we have a rural cap report. Is Joe Williams prepared? Joe Williams, Paul Johnson, and Sister Paulette.
We're awaiting Brother Joe Williams. Yes, good morning, brothers and sisters. While we were waiting for Brother Joe to come up and complete the introduction, we'd like to once again thank our gracious sponsors for this event, for the meals, for the roof over our head, See Alaska, our newest sponsor, First Alaskans, Clinton-Haida Central Council, excuse me, Connect Tribe, as well as Alaska Pacific University.
Thank you. Before we get down to the serious business, one more thing to think about, Eric. This is for you. The question is, which came first, the chicken or the egg? The answer is, the chicken, of course. God couldn't lay an egg.
Good morning, NB members, ANS members, those who are on virtual. It's an esteemed pleasure of mine to come before you to give a rural cap report. My relationship began with rural cap when I was elected Grand President several years ago, and since then I became chairman of the board, and so with that, on the board level, we added Sisterhood representatives. So now I'm going to be calling on Mr. Johnson to give the A&B report.
Thank you, Brother Joe. Good morning again. I was asked and appointed to fill the seat for Alaska Native Brotherhood on the Rural Cap board. And there are several talking points, and there's several things to speak to you about, but I'd like to highlight a couple things from my participation since the spring on the Rural Cap Board of Directors. The Alaska Native Brotherhood Sisterhood Rural Cap Board collaboration has been truly inspiring. We've had to deal with some very challenging topics, but our opinions are respected, they're heard and answered. The capable staff has been able to merge, and what we're finding out that a lot of our shared missions and visions pertaining to housing, education, opportunities, and community service are definitely reinforced within that organization. The Hooper Bay programming system in there pertains to housing, victim shelters, and more importantly, Hooper Bay was one of the communities that was devastated by the recent typhoon. And the first boots on the ground, and still on the ground, even after the federal government left, is the Rural Cap staff. Their community facilities are being used as emergency location, community centers for information services. So above and beyond, they should be commended for their work right now and the continued work even before the state and federal government got there and after the state and government left. And the YK broadband program, they are leading the charge to ensuring adequate broadband equity for a part of the state that has some of the worst connectivity, even worse than our region, the Southwest Alaska. They are leading the charge on the mapping to ensure that adequate funds and services are met. And so that is something that may not, even if you're from a rural cap community, raise your hand if you're from a rural cap community, if you know or not. Anybody know? Okay, good. Even if you're not from rural cap community, this organization supports your community in one way or the other. And then finally, I'd just like to add that it's been a pleasure. It has been time, a lot of time involved, but we are very glad that we have a seat at the table. Venice Cheesh.
Thank you very much, Mr. Johnson. And for the first time in the history of Grand Camp, you're going to receive a report from the Alaska Native Sisterhood. And just so you know, we have representatives on the board from here in Anchorage would be Mr. Adams, and also from Cake, you have Delbert Kadek, and also myself as from Saxman. So your next report will come from, for the first time in the history of A&B, Paulette Marino.
Good cheese. A&B Executive Joe Williams. A&B Grand President Emeritus Richard Jackson. A&S Grand President Emeritus Ethel Lunn. A&B Executive Committee members. A&S Executive Committee members. A&B Grand President Marcelo Quinto. A&S Grand President Delphine Elby. Host Camp President A&B Paul Johnson. Host Camp President A&S Mary Marino Suits. All local camps and all junior members, welcome. On behalf of the Alaska Native Sisterhood, the appointment to the Rural Cap Board has been a humbling and a very productive experience. Thank you very much, Madam Grand President. So I'd also like to acknowledge that we are on Athabascan land. So for the 2021-22 Rural Cap time, the ANS has complemented our Brotherhood with our voices being heard on the Rural Cap Board. Rural Cap is an agency that finds positive, responsible solutions to local problems by focusing on measurable results and promoting healthy people, sustainable communities, and our vibrant cultures. During 2021, Rural Cap employed 502 Alaskans in 57 communities, and they operate under a $43 million budget. So I would like to take a moment and to thank ANS Executive Committee member Joe Williams, A&B Executive Member Sasha Sobolov, and A&B Executive Member Heather Gerko for their help and assistance in bringing the sisterhood to the seat to join our brothers in this important work. So with that being said, in 2021-22, we have attended together the board meetings. We have attended the surveys where we are making sure that the Southeast community voice is being heard for the communities that we serve. This is a very important program. We would like to see measurable, and we're working towards measurable results so that in our villages and our at-large communities, housing, education, child care, and other services are increased amongst our peoples. I also had the opportunity to attend the Community Action Network in New York City last month. During that time, one of the things that they spoke about with COVID monies being sunsetted and other monies being sunsetted across the nation, across Indian country, and across our Alaska Native communities, this is affecting our communities deeply. So they were looking at creative ways and how we can maintain positions that work during COVID time that they would like to see continue to work, and how we can look at the depletion of those funds as an opportunity to find other funds. We also went to, I went to Harlem during this convention. And in Harlem, what was interesting is the civil rights movement that took place historically in Harlem. One of the ways that they're dealing with that today, because many of their communities, I don't know if you know, in New York City, Harlem is only a 3-mile radius. However, in New York, there are people that are buying up lands. And it was interesting to hear because there are people that are buying up lands here in Alaska and our sea grab and our land grab. It's interesting what we can learn through partnerships. One of the ways that they dealt with it that I think is important is they advised us to encourage that we use our artwork, our artists, our leadership to have a voice in what is happening when our resources are being depleted. So I'd like to encourage that also. We also have something really, really wonderful that I'm very happy to announce. And Teal Smith, who Joe will introduce very soon, may elaborate a little bit more on that. At our last meeting, Marvin Adams, A&B Camp 87 president, made a motion, and it was accepted. It passed unanimously that Rural Cap now has a subsistence board. They are bringing back the subsistence board that once existed. I'm very happy to hear that. I look forward to the work that the brothers and the sisters will do. So we will be advocating on a Rural Cap level, representing the Alaska Native and the Brotherhood for our resources and for the things that are important to our way of life. Thank you so much. I am happy to present this report to you, and I also look forward to President Joe has done a wonderful job leading this organization. He will also be appointing 2 alternates, as well as our ANS Grand President, to follow Paul and I's positions. So I believe we serve another year together, Paul. So with that, that is my report on behalf of the Alaska Native Sisterhood. Gunesh Chish.
One of the neat things about this morning is the fact that when this started out, initially it was going to be a report from myself, and I promise you, you would not have heard 1/4 of what was reported already. So kudos to Paulette and Mr. Johnson. And I truly want to thank Grand ANS President as well as Grand President A&B for appointments of Mr. Johnson and also Paulette Marino. And it is from the chairman of the board of Rural Cap requesting officially that you reappoint them next year. And one of the things that we have had for the very first time in the history of this organization, that we have the CEO of Rural Cap to come and give a report on the things that was not reported on. So with that, our president, CEO, Mr. Teal Smith. Please give him a good welcome.
Thank you, Joe. Gracious words. It's nice to be with you all today. It's a pleasure. I better understand. I had to go back and do a little bit of homework on the Alaska Native Brotherhood and Sisterhood. I knew about it, but I went back and refreshed and learned just how foundational these organizations were and are to Alaska. So what a pleasure to be with you today, each one. And Sasha, it's nice to see you again. I don't know that I can be any more articulate than our chairman and the 2 others that reported before me, but let me share that I better understand again the mission and focus of the Brotherhood and Sisterhood. And Rural Cap is a bit historical itself within Alaska. And what a good thing. And I share the successes of Rural Cap mostly with my team that works with me. What a pleasure to work with them. We focus on all the kind of important things that you would imagine. People and programs, education, weatherization, homes, child development, community development, all the things that you know historically are a part of the program focus for Rural Cap. But we've taken it to the next place, shall we say, the new place. These are unprecedented times in the world around us. You know that as well as I do. And this organization really does need to prepare itself to meet these challenges, provide these services for Alaska and with organizations like yourself. So it takes times like this to be together and to share that space. A couple of things that Chairman Joe asked me to talk about just briefly, and I will make it brief, is that we feel like housing and homes is a priority within Alaska, and that means everywhere. There needs to be more homes. There needs to be more places where people can be in their cultural and traditional area and participate in subsistence ways, but also make a living. And so we're going to focus on that. There's energy issues throughout the state. We want to make sure that's addressed. Public enemy number one, high fuel prices, heating fuel prices. We've got to tackle that, and communication is another one. So broadband, you've heard that. So Rural Cap is plugged in with partners and funders and stakeholders all the way throughout the state of Alaska, working on these big issues on behalf of Alaska and yourself. So thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity to talk.
Thank you, Teal. I would like to call you back so that these folks will know who was speaking to them, give them a little bit of history of who you are. I'd appreciate that.
I was afraid he might do that. You know, with us showing up here with Joe, he's a good delegator, right? So I'm from Alaska, born and raised, and really, really pleased to be here. I grew up with a dad that commercial fished and a mom that was a teacher and a nurse, and they raised 7 kids. What a good thing to be raised in rural Alaska. And hardworking. I so much appreciate their example and leadership. I went on, I was not supposed to be able to get an education. I guess I wasn't that smart in school. But I made it out of high school, and I made it on to college, and I got my degree, and I came back home to teach school. So I've taught K through 12, and I've gone on to get an MBA certificate, and I have taught in college at the same time. And while I was trying to do that with my loving wife and raise a family of 3 children, I was able to work in healthcare, and I was able to also spend time working for our native corporations, BBNC and ASRC. And then I pivoted, took care of my family, and now I'm pleased to work for a nonprofit, such a meaningful and important nonprofit for Alaska, and to be their chief operating officer and now CEO. And that means servant leader to me. And I still sit on boards in Alaska, and am pleased to do so and represent Alaska, represent those that don't have as much as they might, but also leverage the resources and capacity of those that do to accomplish improvement for these good folks. So, Mr. Chairman, does that work for you? Thank you.
Thank you. Finally, we have a young lady who is, I remember as Elizabeth because that's my mother's name. She gave a report to our board, and I promise you, this young lady spoke 75 miles an hour in a 25-mile-hour zone. When she was done, I had one request, and that was when she gave a report, could she please breathe during her report? So please welcome Elizabeth.
I was sincerely hoping that Chair Joe had forgotten that incident, but I see that his mind will not allow that. Thank you so much. Happy Friday, everybody. My name is Elizabeth Milliken, as already shared. I'm with Rural Cap. I'm so honored to be here today with the Alaska Native Brotherhood and Alaska Native Sisterhood to share about our collaboration and work as we mutually serve Alaskans statewide. I'm so honored also to be able to follow the rich words of all those who have already shared ahead of me. And there's not much left I feel like I can add to the conversation, except to maybe continue to highlight the wonderful collaboration that occurs between our organizations. Rural Cap is soon coming up on 60 years of service to our state. And over that course of time, we've been able to cultivate a lot of experience and expertise serving Alaskans, and to do so in collaboration with communities statewide. And we continue to meet with Alaskans in their space, hear their needs, and fill gaps that still remain for our communities to ensure that all Alaskans can thrive statewide. So again, I thank you all for allowing Rural Cap to join your conversation today, and look forward to continuing to collaborate into the future for a stronger, healthier Alaska. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much, and that concludes our report. Oh, we have a question? Sergeant at Arms, if you get a microphone.
Make a comment about the fundraising effort they're doing as well. I apologize about that.
You want to do that?
After the we'll get lost.
My name is Charlene Wolf, and I'm from Craig. I'd just like to take a moment to thank you guys for everything that you guys have done for us. I'd like to thank the A&B and A&S for stepping forward as we have always, and pulling out the best for our people. I would like to take a minute and acknowledge Millie Schoonover. We're about the same age, but you know, her dad did our rural cap from the time we were young. And I'd like to acknowledge her for that, because he did a fantastic job for Craig. It was always a proud feeling to watch him come back and give reports, and how proud he was that he was able to help our people, and to see that same proudness that you guys have on yourselves as you guys bring it forth to us. Gunish Chish Hawa. Mahalo.
Chish, thank you. Just a minute.
Chish. Hello, Jamie Ann Hasselquist, Camp 2 Juneau. Thank you so much for being here today. You brought up some good points that we focus on in Juneau. One of the many caps that I wear is that in my daytime job, I work for Central Council as a coordinator for the community advocacy program. And we see a lot, and it's on the rise, of transitional housing being needed. People who are coming out of incarceration, and also really rising with domestic violence, people needing emergency housing for that, and also housing for individuals who are struggling with addiction and LGBTQ. And so wondering if you have any of those projects out in the future to address that rise of individuals who need a safe place to land. Ganesh Chish?
Do you want to address that question?
Thank you for the question. Thank you, Chairman Joe. Feel free, Joe, to step up if I miss something, okay? Absolutely, the short answer is yes. Now let me tell you what we're doing, and maybe a little bit of an indication of where we're going. We realize that what you just highlighted there is foundational to Alaska and our needs right now, more than ever. It's been within Rural Cap's mission statement from the beginning to care for these good individuals and people, all of them. I noticed you mentioned a number of different groups. We're very mindful of that and want to provide services for each person. That said, we are the only permanent supportive housing organization in the state right now, and we have improved and settled those services and are building upon them with partners and funders because it's needed. Now, the even more important message, the Rural Cap Board under Chairman Joe's leadership has directed us to focus on rural Alaska. Now, we have known these needs are there for some time, and any number of different housing developments we have in planning, and that does include domestic violence shelters for children and women that are in need or others. So I'm hoping I'm touching on answers to your questions, and we have a ways to go yet, but the board has directed us. We have funding. The need is statewide, and partners recognize that, and they are helping us lean into it in design, planning, and build. And I'm also seeing it through the regional nonprofits, the regional corporations. Our healthcare is looking at that simultaneously. Even organizations that like federal funding and DOJ and Denali Commission and others are leaning in on these topics. Thank you for bringing that up.
Thank you. If you could, Sergeant at Arms, get a mic to Grand President.
Thank you, General Joe. Thank you for being here. One of the things that I'm concerned about, and certainly in the housing that Jamie Andrews brought to us, the larger communities are having an influx of a lot of our rural residents that are coming into town, and obviously because of the reasons you're talking about, housing and about fuel costs and everything, and jobs, obviously. What we're finding right now is that, like in Juneau and in most of the other communities in the state of Alaska, it's impossible to have, low-cost homes unless somebody is going to come in and purchase that land outright, which would not be subject to the cost of somebody purchasing a home. But then also, I know that in past history, that if they do that, those people actually, they own the building, they do not own the land. And so it's a difficult situation. It's hard to say I own this here if I don't own the land that I sit it on. So I think that you have some challenges, I think, especially in the larger communities that have to be taken up. And I hope those are some of the things that you are looking at, because it's becoming more critical as you look around, not only as I see it here in Anchorage, but certainly in all our other communities also. There's an awful lot of homeless people. Thank you.
I think we have a follow-up question. Thank you, Mr. President.
Goodness, geez, Jamie Ann Hasselcross, Camp 2 Juneau again. Thank you for the follow-up. One thing I forgot to mention was elders that we've been seeing on the rise is people being evicted and then they're couch surfing and finding themselves in dangerous situations where they're being mistreated. And you mentioned the housing for women and children, but we also cannot forget the men. We have a high rate of missing, murdered Indigenous persons, and we have been on this trend of highlighting the women, but the men go missing at a rate twice as high as the women do. And so the shift from MMIW, missing, murdered Indigenous women, has gone to MMIP, missing, murdered Indigenous persons. So to not leave out housing for men in transition, and also wondering about that land that the president just mentioned. If there's corporations out there who own land, can they make a donation of that land to build some of these facilities on? And that's my follow-up. Goodness sheesh.
Thank you. Duly noted. We have, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for hearing me, but also reminding me of something that I might have missed and didn't mean to, especially regarding the men. I hear you, and yes, these solutions are there. And absolutely regarding our elders, taking care of them, but also making the surrounding not just comfortable and safe, but inviting for them to share their wisdom and kindness with us. So we're going to continue to work on those elements simultaneously. I also appreciate the comment about the challenges that we face. I hear you. I realize we have challenges in front of us. I am encouraged that we have such a unified support statewide, thinking about the importance and priority of housing. And so let me highlight this. We will use all the tools that we can in our toolbox, including one of my tools. I was the Vice President of Land and Natural Resources for BB&C, and I got to chair all of the land managers for the regional corporations for 10 years. And so I know the folks there that work on the land, and I can work with the regionals and the village and the tribes and the councils on behalf of land and building. So we're going to use all the tools in our toolbox, but I hear you. It's going to be challenging, but I would call that an opportunity challenge. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We were given 15, 20 minutes for this report, of which we have just taken 3 minutes of that 20 minutes time period. So I'm going to call on Mr. Johnson.
Okay. Thank you once again. I'm glad this conversation happened, and I apologize. We are your voice on the board for Rural Cap, but we have 5 A&B ANS members through a variety of organizations that are sitting on that board. So I don't mean to speak for Sister Paulette, but now that you know that we represent your organization on Rural Cap, please bring those comments so that we can bring them. We speak on behalf of you. What we've just completed was a strategic planning effort. And I'll be honest with you, I have been commenting and contributing on my experience. Next, I want to be bringing your voices from those camps. So we are your vehicle to serve as your voice for A&B ANS on the board. And also, I apologize for this, I have to really emphasize this, that Rural Cap has been, in response to Typhoon Mirbeck, Rural Cap has been collaborating with the Alaska Community Foundation to solicit contributions and support of the affected communities from the storm. And the information can be found at the Western Alaska Disaster Recovery Fund and the Alaska Community Foundation. And DOTS, we will give you that information so the attendees attending virtual can go to the website. For those here in person, the table to the back that's got the Rural Cap sign has the links and information. If you want to contribute to this worthy cause, Rural Cap has been one of the organizations that's helping collaborate with that, and also in the handbooks. Either yourself, individual, if you want to lean on organizations that we hit up, make sure, because even though it's not in our region, there's a chance the next one might be. So I just want to applaud Rural Cap for this effort, and we do want to say that they are one of the leading organizations working with the Community Foundation, helping those communities out there. Thank you.
We'll hear from Mr. Sobolov.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Your work and your effort and the quality of the insight that you have is absolutely amazing. But I want to bring one part that may not have been thought about to your attention. The programs, the funding, all of that quest is absolutely essential. But I think the native spiritual aspect of our culture needs to be embraced by the workers that you have. And I know that as a nonprofit or as an organization that strives to help our people, sometimes in your busyness, you may or may not remember that it is our ancestors and us today who struggle to put food on the table, who struggle to bring calmness when there's chaos, who struggle when they are going through death or some traumatic exercise. And it is their spirit that needs to come through the essence of your work, and I know it does. But I just want to remind that point, because there's where we are. And thank you for paying attention. Ganesh Cheese.
Ganesh Cheese. hear from Paulette.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Chairman Joe. A&B Executive Committee Member Sasha Sobolov. Thank you for that reminder and those kind words. Joining the Alaska Native Brotherhood, the Alaska Native Sisterhood is committed not only through our organization, but also through being a voice to Rural Cap to do exactly what you have reminded us and continue to encourage us to do, and that is to always have food on the table, have the voice of our ancestors. I know that there is great work that's been done through Millie's father and others on Rural Cap when they had a subsistence committee. Brother Marvin Adams, as he made that motion to bring that committee back into existence, Joe had appointed Paul Johnson and I, Marvin, and hopefully others that will be on that committee. So we hope to always have the remembrance that it is not only food for our body, but food for our spirit. So thank you so much for that reminder, and we hope to do our best. Once again, thank you. We are your representatives on Rural Cap. It's a humble position, and we look forward to the appointment of 2 alternates from A&B and ANS. Guna, tschüss.
Thank you very much. That concludes our report.
Give you a little planning time. Thank you, Rural Cap, and everything that's been going on. As we transition from one move to the next, here I was reminded by my brother Eric to remind him as he is writing left-handed notes to us. The question came up in our committee meetings, what parable in the Bible do you like best? What parable in the Bible do you like best? And of course the little child was ready to answer, oh, it's the one about the fellow that loaves and fishes. Get it? Thank you, Eric.
Thank you, Brother Sasha. All right. Thank you to everybody at Rural Cap. Thank you for that wonderful report. And just as a reminder, they have information back at the table for those here in person. Next on our agenda is a presentation regarding violence against women. This is for a committee with Central Council, and we will have a presentation with Pat Alexander. Good morning, Pat. We're ready to listen to you.
Thank you, Madam President. Good morning, A&B ANS Grant Camp presidents and officers, to all of the delegates and people who are listening. Thank you for giving us a few moments to talk about violence against women. I think that banner here for attention to this issue. And I feel that we need to encourage our people in the villages and the towns to share what they're doing with the task force And the task force is gearing up again, and there are new members. We look forward to seeing everyone. The the work that is being done is on so many levels. We must thank the Alaska Native Women's Resource Center, Michelle Demmert, and the staff there for all of the work that they're doing. I feel that we should be getting more on reporting on what they are doing in terms of missing and murdered Indigenous women. There isn't any kind of reporting set up. And when cases go to the Attorney General, no feedback is ever given. I think that we are in a place where we need to start working on databases so that we will know exactly what is happening and what progress is being made. So we'll be looking forward to writing correspondence to the governor to request quarterly report their efforts and what is happening. The problem is that there is a lot of work being done, but the people in the communities and villages don't know what it is that the state is doing, that the troopers are doing, that and it feels as though the work that is being done by the Native community is having impact. But I do want to encourage everyone to put some effort into this issue because it affects every single village, every community, and it's only getting worse. I do want to mention that in Juneau, where beautiful totem raising that was done bring attention to this issue, and it was done in a good way with some of the practices of a kuik and with gifts after. And it tells me that they're really trying to engage with the Native community in a good way. I wish we could see that with the state, with the Attorney General's office, with the troopers, even with the police, make known their efforts in the media of what they are doing, because this issue is harming all of our people. And it's not something that will go away quickly, but I know that whenever you help, others are watching and they take heart. I hope that we can have a very active task force this year. And I want to thank the Alaska Native Brotherhood and Sisterhood for the work that they do in the communities. This is a very old organization, and they did things in a proper way. They had things that were supposed to be done in order to keep balance of the community. COVID and with all of these issues, it's very hard to get together and communicate as people, but I appreciate everything you all are doing. I love the organization. I'm a life member, and my mother, Harriet Roberts, raised me in this organization. Every one of you for what you do for leadership in our communities, and please encourage your membership to become active in the MMIW and violence against women meetings so that we can connect, let them know about resources that are about my love and support to all of you. And thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much, Pat, for sharing all the information on the violence against women. And I know that the ANS Grand Camp will be locking arms with you to bring awareness to this very important issue. We thank you so much for joining us today. Thank you. Next on our agenda, we have a hearing report from Sister Paulette Marino.
Thank you, Madam Grand President. ANS Grand Sergeant of Arms, if you could please escort Eric, A&B Executive Committee Member Eric Morrison, who also serves on the Wildlife and Fisheries Board, to stand with me. Thank you. As Brother Eric is coming forward, I just want to acknowledge his years of service and work for the herring and being a member of the Kagwantan. It is his traditional and ancestral homeland of which we are speaking along with the other clans of Shikakwan. So Eric, over the years, thank you for all of your work and your passion to protect the herring. The Alaska Native Sisterhood has joined the Brotherhood in representing on many different levels, including our way of life and our food and the herring. So at this time, through 2021 to 22, my report is as follows. In 2021, a resolution was passed by the Alaska Native Brotherhood and Alaska Native Sisterhood to bring forward a 5-year moratorium that requests to the Board of Fish. I am happy to report that Grand President Marcelo Quinto of the Alaska Native Brotherhood and Madam Grand President Delphine Albee of the Alaska Native Sisterhood attended the Board of Fish meeting recently in Anchorage, and they brought forward the thoughts of the body here, and that was calling on a 5-year moratorium. They did an excellent job. The other people that joined us were Tlingit and Haida, the Native Movement, SEAC, the Herring Protectors, and Sitka Tribe of Alaska, along with the local host camps here in Anchorage. Thank you so much for all of your testimony. What we were able to accomplish was we were able to hold back many things that would hurt this very valuable food that our people eat, some of our traditional foods. We were able to hold back some of the proposals that would have hurt our harvesting in traditional waters, some of the proposals that would have had us require permitting to be able to go in and live our way of life. We were also able to hold back some proposals about pound fisheries. We attended a harvesting experience. Andrew Roberts, Jim Nelson, and I went out and harvested quite a few herring eggs along with so many other people, and we were able to share in our community through the Kuweek. That was really wonderful. So there were many people at the Board of Fish meeting. I also attended many Sitka Advisory Committee meetings where the Grand Presidents, as they were able, attended also. We made our voices here very, very clear on what we wanted, and the language was very strong, and that was a 5-year moratorium. I'd also like to thank Sitka Tribe of Alaska. Our resolutions also said that we would work with Sitka Tribe of Alaska. General Manager Lisa Gassman would like me to share the following update with you. We do have a Supreme Court case that is right now active. The update is that it will occur in November or December, the oral arguments on this case. In addition, there are some changes to the judicial panel. There are 5 members of the Alaska Supreme Court, and Justice Manson and Borgeson previously recused themselves from the case. That leaves 3 left on the justice panel. The court preference is to have a full 5-justice panel. Therefore, Senior Justice Dana Fabi and Senior Justice Joel Borger have been appointed to round out the panel. So once again, that is something that we can advocate for. Lisa Gassman, the general manager, also would like to thank A&B and A&S as the hat was passed recently to raise money for the herring protecting lawsuit. That was well received through STA, so that also is appreciated. In addition to that, I would also like to say that the appointment now of the Subsistence Rural Cap Committee, reforming once again, will be a powerful avenue for A&B and A&S to continue to have a voice for our way of life. Most of all, I would like to thank Sitka Tribe of Alaska, working with them, and A&B and A&S standing beside them and continuing to support them. The truth of the matter is, with all this advocacy, brothers and sisters, with the voices being heard at every level possible, still the commercial fisheries came into the traditional territory of the Shika-Kwan, and they they fished the most biomass of herring in the history of Alaska. This is not okay this is not okay. This is not something we will stand by and watch. Working with the A&B and A&S, working with Rural Cap, working with all of the other organizations that have joined us in this fight, we hope to continue the good fight. We will continue to do our very best to protect the herring. There are strategies that are coming up. There are things that we can do. Please, there is a resolution that will come before the floor here this afternoon in regards to the herring. There's one addition to it, and it includes the clans from the area. Having the respect for the clans and acknowledging the voice of the clans. So with that is my report in regards to the herring. We have much more work to do. It is work that we can do and that together we should do, and we will see success. We will protect our traditional way of life and the food that we eat. That is my report at this time. Thank you, Brother Eric, for standing with me. I appreciate all of your hard work throughout the years for the herring and for our way of life. Did you have any comments?
Just a short one. I think even that you need to acknowledge the fact that this case going to the Alaska State Supreme Court is not the final step. It will have to go to the federal courts after this, and because, as you're aware, the state of Alaska has not recognized the subsistence rights of Alaska Natives. They have not recognized the Supreme Court case in the United States where they were required to change their subsistence regulations to abide by the Supreme Court decision of the United States. So there's more to do, and this, to date, the Sitka tribe has spent over $1 million, but I think with growing support, we now have a number of organizations with the help of Brady, with the Heron Protectors, and always the continuing support of Harvey Kitka with the Sitka tribe and others as well. I think our battle will not die by what the Alaska State Supreme Court will decide. So we still have some more work to do. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Brother Eric.
Thank you, Sister Paulette. Thank you, Brother Eric. All right, we are going to circle back to the minutes. We need the approval of the minutes for October 9th, 2021. It has been distributed on the floor. It has been emailed to all the delegates attending virtually. State your name, please.
Madam Chair, Elias Chase, A&S Grand Treasurer. I would like to put forth the motion, as I have had time to review the minutes. I would like to put forth the motion that we accept the minutes as presented.
For the 2000?
For the minutes for 2000, it would be for 10/9/21.
Thank you. Motion's been made and seconded. Motion been made by Elias Chase, seconded by Charlene Wolf. Now we are open for discussion.
I do have a hand up online from Rhonda Butler.
I see that. Thank you.
Hello, Ganesh Chish, Jamie Ann Hasselquist, Camp 2 Juneau. I object to these minutes because they aren't minutes. These are notes. Minutes are become a legal document, and these are notes that are very detailed. If we were to go and Google what meeting minutes look like, it would show that they show the motions that were made, the motions that were carried, who made those, and not all of the details of discussions that occurred. These are great notes of last year's discussions on the floor. However, I do not agree that they should be passed and considered as a legal document as minutes. Ganesh Chish.
Thank you. Sister Rhonda?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Rhonda Butler, A&S Camp 2. I am also objecting to these minutes. These are not minutes. These are notes. There is way too many inaccuracies in regards to the notes taken. There is blank spaces. There is no names. There's multiple seconds. I mean, the list goes on and on. So I would request that the members that are going to be voting on this motion take into great consideration, as stated from our previous sister, Jamie Ann, that these are not legal binding documentation that we want to be presented for life in our 110 years. And I would like our minutes to be received from our secretaries in accordance to Robert's Rules of Order with action items. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion? Brother Albee?
Frank Albee, A&B Camp 49. One of the first errors I see is that it was October 9th, 21, Saturday Grand Camp meeting minutes in Anchorage. Actually, it wasn't in Anchorage. We held our meeting in Juneau last year. But, and I've listened to the objections, the two prior people, and my thoughts are is that what's the answer? Do we go back and rewrite the whole minutes? I mean, you've got to have accurate notes. You have to have accurate information ready to rewrite the whole thing, and it's going to take another year. We do have to be able to work off of these minutes, but once we adopt these minutes, they go into a file and probably never come up again. But so my thoughts are, do we really need to rewrite all of these minutes for that day? And my thoughts are, no, we do not. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Brother Paul.
Paul Johnson, Executive Vice President, Camp 87. A point of information, I believe these minutes were for the first convention held completely virtual, correct? So I think we're heading into new ground. So I do think there's probably, I don't know if there is or not, a recording or a transcript, but I would think maybe a little bit of latitude to give them time to come back and present the meeting minutes appropriately. But I think it was the first convention fully held virtual, so new ground. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Sister Carrie Dodson.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. This is Carrie Dodson, President of Alaska Native Sisterhood Camp 14. I agree with everybody on the minutes. I would move to amend the minutes to include only action items.
So there's been a motion made to amend the minutes to include only action items. Who seconded? Jamie Ann. Next time people make a motion or a second, please state your name and your camp. I have a question for the parliamentarian. Oh, I see you looking it up. One moment, please. Thank you for the parliamentarian for the clarification. Sister Jamie Ann. Sister Jamie Ann, we are in discussion at this time regarding the motion to amend the minutes. Are you speaking to that? We are only discussing that right now.
Yes, I was actually just going to ask the motion maker to type it in the chat, and they just did. So it's in the chat. Kunashish.
Dots, do you have the information to share the amended?
We haven't received any documents to display.
The motion was made to amend the minutes for action items. One moment, please. Brother Eric?
Yes, thank you. Correction needs to be made. It needs to be made. I was addressed as a Grand Camp treasurer, and I wasn't a treasurer at that point. I was an executive officer. Thank you.
Secretaries, can you please share with Dots the motion? Sister Cecilia Tavalero?
Thank you. Can you hear me, Madam Chair?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. I just wanted to add for the record that it was explained to me many years ago from the elders that were around at the time. The reason our minutes of A&B and ANS are so detailed is because it's basically like a historic document. Many people like to see their ancestors' names of what they did back in the day. It is true what Jamie Ann says and Rhonda about action items only, especially for our organizations like Sea Alaska and Tlingit and Haida, but A&B and ANS is different. It is for historical purposes. Thank you.
Sister Paulette?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Paula Marino, ANS Executive. In regards to the discussion and corrections or edits on the current minutes on page 2 at the top of the line where it says, Chair Marino, turn the floor over to Frank Elby, Election Chair.
Sister Paulette, if I
Yes.
may interrupt for a moment, we are still on the motion to amend.
Yes. And the motion to amend, I agree with the motion to amend. So I do have a correction on these current minutes.
We'll get back to that, okay?
Yes, but I do agree on
Thank
the
you.
motion to amend. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else speaking to the motion to amend? Sister Carol? And then we'll go back to Sister Rhonda, and Sister Rhonda, that'll be your second time. No? Okay, we'll move on to Sister Rhonda.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Rhonda Butler, ANS Camp 1. This is our Camp 2, I'm sorry. This is my first time speaking to the current motion on the floor. This is an amendment. This is a separate motion.
You are correct, thank you.
And I would like, for point of information, we are currently on amending the minutes.
Correct.
And I want to know if this is the appropriate time then to proceed through the whole document and
No.
start making strikes and
It is
corrections.
not. It is not. We are on the motion to amend. There is a motion to amend the minutes to include action items. That is the only discussion we have right now. Sister Beverly?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I agree with Cecilia Tavalaro. I enjoy seeing all the detail in the minutes. So I'm speaking against the motion.
All right. Entertain a call for the question. Thank you. Question's been called. We will be voting on the motion to amend the minutes to include only action items. Dots will prepare the vote.
Great. So I have that ballot open now. It simply reads amendment minutes on your Simply Voting platform. So just go ahead and follow your link to the voting platform, enter your ID and password if you're not logged in already, and you're looking for a link that says Vote Now, Amendment Minutes. Once again, just a reminder from Dots, if you're having any issues, please reach out to us in the chat, or you can send us an email at credentials@dataonthespot.com. We'll leave this open for another minute or so. Okay, so we'll await the direction of the chair, but maybe we'll give it another 30 to 45 seconds just to make sure that everyone has got their vote in. And then we'll go ahead and close it up and share the results, but we'll await your confirmation before we do that.
Thank you. While we're waiting, can somebody remind me who was the second for the amendment? You were? Thank you. Is there anyone else on the floor that needs assistance? Yes? Thank you. We still have 2 on the floor that are getting assistance voting.
Confirmed. We'll leave that ballot open until they're all set.
Has everybody on the floor voted? Does anybody else need any assistance on the floor? Thank you. We can go ahead and close the vote.
Great, thank you very much. Dots is just closing that up and we'll show the results momentarily.
Okay, the motion just needed a majority. It was 23 to 15 with one person abstaining. All right, that motion passed. Let's move on back to the original motion. The original motion, along with the amendment, is motion to approve with the amendment to include only action items in the minutes. Sister Paulette? Sister Paulette needs a microphone.
Thank you, Paulette Marino, ANS Executive. Are we at the point now where we can make amendments to, or excuse me, corrections to the current minutes, Madam Chair?
As long as they are only in regard to the action items.
Okay, so as far as the election goes, my comment is, if this is historical records, I just wanted to comment that I was nominated for ANS Grand President, but declined the honor
Which page is that?
to serve on the Executive Committee. On the second page, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Sister Carol?
I have been aware for quite some time that my minutes are lengthy, and I thank Sisters Beverly and Cecilia for pointing out that for historical purposes and for anybody not present at Grand Camp, if they actually read the minutes instead of shelving them away, as Brother Albee speculated, would like to see the flow of conversation. What led to the decisions that are made on the floor? Therefore, I have stuck to my same procedure over the past several years, and this is the first time in a decade that I have been called for it. I stand by my minutes. Not only did I take voluminous notes during convention, but I forced myself to watch the entire Saturday on YouTube to make sure I had not missed anything.
Thank you.
So I stand by my minutes.
Thank you, Sister Carol. Sister Rhonda?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Rhonda Butler, ANS Camp 2. As stated, this is the time for any corrections to be listed, so hope you guys are ready.
Yes, any corrections to the action items?
This would remain on the minutes as I would suppose an action item, yes. Correction on the very first portion, striking Anchorage, listing Juneau.
Yes, that has already been noted. Thank you.
This is the appropriate time. Thank you. A and B, on the first page, the second paragraph, on the 10th line, A and B Executive Committeeman Willard Jackson, and please include title, ANS Camp Number 2 President Rhonda Butler. Greet delegates virtually. Continuing down on the same paragraph, following moved by Bill Martin to close nominations except for rollovers. There is listed 2 seconds to this motion. It states seconded by Barbara Erickson and Bradley Fretch. we need a correction as to who was the second to the motion. There is no record stated whether this motion was carried or failed. That needs to be included, please. Moving on to the second page.
One moment before we move on. Let's see, in that same paragraph, it said the current motion is out of order.
Which, correct, there is no determination stated. As I was
Based on
moving
Robert's
on.
rules of order and choices made on the floor, the current motion is out of order.
So
that's why there was
that
no
was-
other decision.
As you read further on, onto page 2, there is no declaring if the motion was called out of order or not. It was just under discussion between a committee member and Dennis Demmert. There was no clear indication that the declaring of that motion was called out of order. Moving on to paragraph 3 on page 2. Motion Beverly Russell to put that next on the agenda. I don't know what that next is. So if we can declare what.
I'm sorry, let me interrupt you for just a moment. Where?
Page 2, paragraph 3, bolded.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Motion Beverly Russell to put that next on the agenda. Motions need to be clearly written as stated.
Correct.
There is nothing in regards to that. There is no second recorded, and there is no action taken, whether there was a second or that declaring if this failed due to the lack of a second.
Understood.
Further down, there is a blank following Joey Kita, seats blank to replace Miss Herseman. Apologies on mispronouncing anyone's name.
Hersma, and just for the Grand Secretary's information, that person who replaced Ms. Hersma was Cher Kita.
Thank you. I'm glad you got a good memory. So that is left blank. Moving on to page 3. It states, open nominations for ANS on paragraph 2, opened nominations for ANS Grand First Vice President. There is 3 blank spaces indicating the nominated individuals who they were nominated by. Those need to be included. I would like if we could have numbers included on the pages so we can identify these pages correctly. And given the short time, I've been reviewing these since I received them. And it is, I think, pretty clear that these minutes, even in regards to the action items, still need editing. It would be greatly appreciated if we could see an edited version for these action items so we can have them done correctly. So I speak against
We can't hear you. You're muted. The last I heard was that you speak against, and that was it.
I would like to definitely proceed. I don't want to hold up the meeting. I don't want people to think that I'm trying to delay anything, and apologies if anyone is feeling that way. But these are really important, like stated. I just briefly spoke and I was only able to get through 4 pages of editing. I really think that it would be appropriate if we could receive the amended minutes with action items only, so we could approve the minutes correctly. Thank you.
All right, there is still a motion on the floor to approve the minutes with the amendment to include only action items. Are there any other corrections? Is there any other? Oh, thank you. Brother Peter?
Thank you. Peter Nowrose, Camp 70 Glacier Valley. I speak on the subject of amendment to this budget. These minutes regarding the budget, second to the last page. I rise with Brother Paul Johnson's suggestion earlier at the top of my brain, which is that last year was the first time we did this, and I really respect the detail that is shown in these minutes, and I'd like as much of it to show as possible under this item, because adopting our budget was an action item. And I remember distinctly Sister Beverly Russell asking for me to present that budget last year, since the Grand Treasurer was on the video. He was not there present in the room, but he was present on the video. And these minutes say that he was absent. He was not absent. He was on the line attending the meeting. Minutes further show that he was participating in it. So all I did was, as requested, was as a finance member present the budget and answer questions. So Brother Johnson's correct. This was our first time. Everyone else is correct that we do want legal minutes, but and thank you, Madam Chair, for being patient and listening to my suggestion.
Thank you, sir. All right. Back to the motion. The motion has been made to approve the minutes to include only the amended items with corrections. Entertaining a call for the question.
Madam
Thank
Chair, I
you.
do have a point of information. Rhonda
ahead.
Butler. I would like to ask for clarification in regards to, I agree, I'd like to move forward, but I would like our parliamentarian to please answer this question. With any action items, once these minutes are approved and there's corrections, are we allowed to submit those in writing to our secretary? Given the time period, you know, as I'm continuing to look through this, I've only made it to page 5 and there's 12 pages. I know that there's further corrections that need to be placed for our action items. Is it possible that anybody can still submit corrections to these once this motion carries?
Thank you.
From
One
our
moment.
parliamentarian, please.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam Chairman. And in answer in response to the question of can anyone else submit changes to the minutes after they've been approved, if the convention wishes to have that option available, it can be done so. Otherwise, it would be straightforward to have, since the convention has chosen at this time to make these suggestions. You need to strike while the iron is hot. So once it passes the convention as it is, unless there's a provision that they would vote on to say, sure, we'll have supplemental material be submitted, that would be appropriate as well. But since the convention has moved and said, we would like to take this time, then the designated time frame and timeline is right now.
Thank you, sir.
So,
Brother McCormick?
Madam Chair, I'm
One-
still
one
not,
moment. You don't understand? Is that what you're saying?
no, yeah.
Okay. So since we have already taken action to, with some corrections, that it would be best to continue on with corrections. We do have the option as a body to approve additional corrections at a later time. Sister Paulette? One moment, that would be out of order right now. We're still under the main motion, and unless you request an amendment, that's not going to happen. However, you can make an amendment. While you're thinking about that, we'll move on to Brother McCormick.
So from what I understand is we're approving minutes as amended, but it's only from the amendments that we're currently have already discussed. So even though we've only discussed 4 pages, the other pages are going to be approved as is. So we request to the maker of the motion to table the minutes until the
I'm sorry, we can hardly hear you.
I don't know. Can you guys hear me better
Yes,
now?
okay, yes, we can.
Okay, so from what I can understand is we're approving these minutes from the only suggested items to be changed. So the only 4 pages that Rhonda has suggested to be changed and a couple other suggestions. Would we like to suggest the maker of the motion amend the motion and we could table these minutes until they've been edited? Because we can't approve minutes that aren't even they're not even
Right.
to be approved.
One moment. We have somebody that will address this issue. Sister Paulette?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Paulette Marino, ANS Executive Committee member. So I make an amendment to the main motion to allow corrections of the minutes dated 10/09/21 to be submitted and reviewed by the current grant officers at a later time.
Thank you. A motion's been made as an amendment by Sister Paulette Marino to allow corrections of the minutes of October 9th, 2021 to be submitted and reviewed by the current officers at a later time.
Charlene Wolf, Camp 19, Craig. I second that motion.
Thank you. The motion's been seconded by Charlene. Is there any discussion?
Discussion, Madam Chair.
Who's speaking?
Rhonda Butler, ANS Camp 2.
Thank you, Rhonda.
The
Go ahead.
motion to the amended motion is to have the current grand officers for these minutes to be reviewed by the current grand officers. Can you restate the motion, please?
Yes.
And then I do have something further afterwards.
Thank you. One moment. The motion to amend is to allow corrections of the October 9th, 2021 minutes to be submitted and reviewed by the current grand officers at a later time. That is how the motion was stated.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I speak against this amendment as there is no clear indication of a date to be reviewed by, as our current grand officers at the end, the beginning of Saturday will not be our grand officers. So I would like to make a friendly amendment to that to be reviewed and distributed for discussion on Saturday, striking grand officers.
One moment. One moment, thank you. Now, Sister Rhonda, what was the date that you said?
It is for review on Saturday by the full Grand Camp.
You didn't
And that
state
can
that
be
the first time.
Yes, as a friendly amendment to be distributed for Saturday review, striking grand officers. I'm suggesting it as a friendly amendment also.
Maker of the motion?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Paulette Marino, ANS Executive Committee. I have no objection to the amendment of the motion.
Thank you. Second? No objection? Thank you. All right. The motion to amend is now allow correction of the minutes for October 9th, 2021 minutes to be submitted and reviewed on Saturday, October 9th, 8th? No, tomorrow's the 8th. Sorry, correction. Saturday, October 8th by the delegation. Entertain a call for the question? Thank you. Question's been called. Secretary, has that amendment been submitted? Whenever Dots is ready with the ballot.
Okay, and we have that ballot ready. We're just opening it right now. So we have the approval of the October 9th, 2021 minutes. This is a second amendment to that. So you're looking for a ballot. It will say vote now, amendment number 2, minutes corrections. And we'll go ahead and post the information in the chat one more time, just in case anyone's having any issues. We'll leave that open for another minute or so. Just wanted to remind everyone that if you're having any issues voting, please reach out to us in the chat. We have dots at the start of all of our names, so you can contact any of us. But we'll leave that open for about another minute. We got a few more votes left to come in here. So
We have a couple people here who are being assisted with voting.
excellent. We'll hold tight on closing anything until we know they're solid.
Thank you. Sergeant at Arms. Grand Secretaries, can we get the status on the minutes for yesterday? Have they been printed? We have them distributed, please.
Madam Chair,
One moment, we're still waiting for people to finish voting.
this is in regards to the yesterday's minutes.
We'll wait until after we're finished with this motion and voting. Is everybody finished voting? Thank you. We can close the vote.
Excellent. Thank you very much. We're just closing that up and we'll display the results momentarily.
So this was for the amendment to allow corrections of the October 9th, 2021 minutes to be submitted and reviewed by the delegation on Saturday, October 8th, 2022, and it has passed. We will review these minutes on Saturday. Thank you. Now, on to the minutes for yesterday, October 6th, 2022. We will not be reviewing the minutes at this time. I know you all really wanted to keep going, but we're going to wait, give everybody an opportunity to review the minutes, and we will return to this topic after the lunch hour.
Madam Chair,
Who's speaking?
Rhonda Butler, ANS Camp 2.
Go ahead, Rhonda.
I have yet to receive yesterday's minutes. I've requested them since this morning to be emailed to us. We were told that by you that they have been emailed. I have still yet to receive them for
Thank you for
reviewing
looking into
purposes.
that.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we are going to take a 10-minute break. When we come back, we will return for nominations. We have 30 seconds before we come back into order. Delegates, please take your seats. All right, we're back in order. Next on our agenda are nominations for A&B and ANS Grand Officers. We'll call up our election chair, Joe Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. The floor is now open for the office of Grand President of the Alaska Native Brotherhood. I have nominations. Mr. Sobolov.
Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Just give
The
him a mic. Thank you.
The office of Grand President, the Alaska Native Brotherhood.
Mr. Chairman.
Nominations.
Go ahead, Mr. Sobolov.
Mr. Sobolov.
Sasha
Thank you,
Sobolov,
Madam Chairman.
Camp
Yes.
76, Teneke Springs.
The floor is now open for the office of Grand President.
Now.
Okay.
Once again, if those are online, if you could hear, please let Madam Secretary know so we can move forward.
Anything from our... Okay, it seems we are okay at this time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Those online, just so you know, Paul Johnson's name has been forwarded for Grand President of the Alaska Native Brotherhood. Yes. Please state your name and camp.
Peter Nowrose, Camp 70 Glacier Valley. I nominate Marcelo Quinto for the office of Grand President.
President Quinto's name has been forwarded. Any further nominations?
A&B Camp 1, Chad Titel, I nominate Woodrow Watson for Grand President.
Woodrow Watson's name has been forwarded for the office of Grand President.
Mr. Chairperson,
Okay, we have Sister Butler online.
It's Beverly Russell.
Oh, I'm sorry. Beverly Russell online.
Yes, Mr. Chair, this is Beverly Russell, ANS Camp 70. I make a motion that we keep nominations open throughout the whole process.
I'm not sure of the request, the intent of that we will continue nominations until someone moves to close the nominations. It is your intent to overrule that? Is that
Mr. Chairperson,
May I speak regarding the motion?
Go ahead, please.
Okay, my intent was to allow nominations to continue throughout the whole process of nominations and elections. So tomorrow or the next day, if elections are continued, that we keep nominations open for all positions.
That is most unusual. I don't ever recall that occurring, that where we made such a request?
We did that last year, sir.
After the election, I think she means after the election, that we leave the next, so we say after the election of VPs, we leave nominations open, even
Okay.
after the next vote.
Okay. I need a second to the motion. I don't.
Mr.
Rhonda
Chairman?
Butler, ANS Camp 2, second.
It's been seconded. Once again, if you would explain your motion, I'd appreciate it.
Okay. So once everybody's nominated, if somebody doesn't receive the nomination or the votes for their position, they can be nominated again for another position. So nominations are open through the whole process.
That I understand. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr.
you.
Chair, this is, sorry.
Yes.
Sorry, I almost forgot to be recognized. Sorry. I got warm. All right. So for clarification, can we have the motion stated, restated, and restated properly?
I'm not exactly sure how I should be wording it. Keep nominations open throughout the whole process of the election.
After.
Elias, do you have
No, I
another
have
way
a
to
question,
suggest?
please. I have a question
Yes.
to the maker of the motion. So, do you mean to keep the nominations open for the next position?
Yes.
Until that position is voted upon?
Yes.
Thank you. Are you going to restate your motion?
Keep nominations open through the whole process to enable a person to be nominated after a position is filled. Is that sufficient, or is that too wordy? Or do you have another suggestion as to how I can? A motion to keep all nominations open until current year elections? Is that okay?
We'll call upon our parliamentarian, Mr. Sobolov.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Customarily, and I'm addressing the motion to have it open, right? I'm addressing that issue. I want to point out for the convention that we already have one name in nomination to whom was not covered by this adoption. So I want to caution the convention very carefully that even though the desire may be to hold things open, that's one issue. If you haven't made during the voting time the office you can roll over, that's a second thing. But bear in mind that at the moment we have one name already in nomination prior to this motion. What? 3? Okay, there have been 3 names, and you're broadening the definition of how you want that nomination to go, and it may be to their detriment because they haven't been applied prior to the motion, and that's all I'm going to ask the chairman to consider.
Please note, delegates, it was the intent of this chair to have the nominations for Grand President vote, and then have the nominations for first Vice Grand President, then vote. And so with that, was my initial intent. I do have a couple hands. Mr. Albee, if you'd get the mic.
Frank Albee, A and B Camp 49. Mr. Chairman, I've chaired the nominations and election process for the past 4 or 5 years, and I would note that in the past, it's been customary to just to simply have the rollover, and without having to have a motion to do it, we simply did it. It's part of the procedure and part of the precedent that has already been set. That is to have nominations for like A and B Grand President today, and then tomorrow when you have voting, then you open it again if there are any other nominations. So it's we would recess, if there's we would recess the nominations until tomorrow and reopen tomorrow when it's time for voting. So if there are any other nominations, they could do it at that time. But we simply did it in the past, without a motion to, open the rollover, because as precedent, it just happened. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll hear from Heather. Executive Committee, Heather.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, A&B Executive Heather Gurko. Just for clarification, Mr. Chair, you did state you wanted to have nominations and then elections. On our agenda, it does state that we will have candidate speeches. It's important that each candidate be heard. We have multiple people interested in the position and being nominated. So just wanted to make a note, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
I appreciate that. We'll call on Rhonda Butler. Online, Rhonda, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I didn't have an opportunity to hear exactly what the process was going to be, and that is why I second the motion. And I seconded the motion on the understanding that it would be a rollover process. So if that is already the declared election process that we are doing today, then I can go ahead and withdraw my motion, my second to the motion. So can somebody clarify if that is not the process and if this motion is even necessary?
Thank you, Rhonda. Ginger McCormick.
No, I'm asking for
Mr. Chair,
clarification, or I'm withdrawing the second, Mr. Chair.
I don't think the second can get withdrawn until the motion's withdrawn.
I can withdraw my second. I'm withdrawing my second, Mr. Chairman.
Before we move on, and since the second to the motion has withdrawn, let's get back to the maker of the motion. Is it still your intent to move forward with
It is
your
still
motion?
excuse me, Mr. Chair, it is still my intent to move forward. I believe that we run into this problem every year when we have elections, that rules aren't established or procedures aren't established at the very beginning. So I'm just trying to make this procedure allowable during the election. I did have my hand raised at the very beginning before, when you were on the podium and before you actually accepted the first nomination, but I wasn't recognized on the floor. So I would like to keep this motion as I stated. And if there's a second, please.
You've heard the motion.
Mr. Chairman.
A second is required.
Mr. Chairman, this is Cecilia
Just a moment.
Cavallero, Camp 36.
Just a moment, please.
Thank you. Just as a reminder for people who are online, as well as people who are in the room, please raise your hand and you will be recognized, and then you will be able to speak. So we also have the issue where Sister Beverly Russell is requesting to have nominations open. And I believe her intent is to have nominations reopen before the next office is, before we have elections for the next office. Is that correct, Sister Beverly?
Yes, it is. Thank
All
you.
right, one moment, please. Everybody just wait one moment.
At this point in as I understand, the nominations will remain open. I'm not sure that with that declaration that this motion is therefore needed, unless the maker of the motion still insists on having this motion.
You as the chair of the election. Oh, I'm sorry. May I speak?
Yes, you may.
Beverly Russell, ANS Camp 70. You as the chair of the election committee. If that is what you state as our process, then I will withdraw my motion.
Thank you. Okay, we'll next hear from Ginger. This might, with the decisions that were just made, may change your comments. But go ahead, Ginger.
Mr. Chair, Ginger, Camp 14. I'm lowering my hand as the motion is no longer on the floor. Thank you.
And then we hear from Cynthia Llanos. Second call, Cynthia Llanos.
This is Cynthia Lanis, Camp 14. I'd like to nominate Sasha Sokoloff for A&B president.
Sasha Sobolov's name has been set forward for the office of Grand President. Any further nominations? Mr. Johnson?
Paul Johnson, Camp 87, Second Grand Vice President Executive. I'd like to nominate Heather Gurko for the office of Grand President.
Heather Gurkol's name has been forwarded to the office of Grand President. Any further nominations? Any further nominations? Hearing none. Move on to the next nomination. Is it this desire, just as a question to Grant Camp here, is it his desire to move with the ANS Grand President nomination now, or is that what he is? Okay. So the chair will then recognize nominations for Grand ANS President. Hear from Millie Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Millie Schoonover, ANS Executive. I would like to nominate Daphne Albee.
Daphne Alby's name has been put forward to the office of ANS Grand President. Hear from Rhonda Butler.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, my hand, I meant to lower it. Thank you.
Any further nominations for the office of Alaska Native Sisterhood Grand President? Ms. Marino?
Thank you, Chairman Joe. I would just like to stand by if there are no other further nominations to cast a unanimous ballot for the nominee if there are no further nominations. I'm just standing by at this point. Thank you.
We hear from Grant Secretary.
Yes, Brother Joe, earlier it was asked by Sister Beverly that regarding the rollover and the motion she made, if we're keeping elections open for all positions until the vote is being ready to cast, then out of respect to the thing, all nominees should be open until we go to election tomorrow.
And Carol Dewis, ANS Grand Secretary, it is normal to wait until after the third time that the chair has called for nominations before such a move would be made. Thank you.
Third time, third request. Any further additional nominations for the office of Grand ANS President? Mr. Herrick?
Mr. Chair, I move that nominations be closed.
It's been moved that nominations for the office of ANS President be closed. Any second to that motion? It's been seconded. Any discussion on the motion? Would you state your name? It's seconded? No, it was seconded here. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I second the motion for nominations to be closed. I'm Andrew Johnson from Camp 36B, Seattle.
Take out that space. Go backwards one.
Charlene Wolf, Camp 19, just called for question.
Question has been called.
Mr. Chairman, Rhonda Butler online. I have my hand raised in regards to the motion.
Go ahead, Rhonda.
I'm slightly confused, as stated in the beginning, that nominations were going to be open, and we're making a motion that was declared as the formality for voting, and now there's a current motion to close nominations, so I'm confused because it's contradicting the previous statement regarding our procedure. So I would like you to consider this to be a motion that's considered for out of order.
And just, this is Alejandro from Data on the Spot. There has been a nomination on the chat from previously from Anne Marie, and it was previous to the call for stop closing nominations.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure who's speaking.
This is Alejandro from Data on the Spot. There was a nomination made on the chat.
That's correct. And Anne-Marie nominated Rhonda Butler. Perhaps we can ask Anne-Marie to unmute.
Hello. Hello, this is Anne Marie.
Just for you folks that are online, I recognize that you are free to speak because the unmuted button has been unmuted for you, but you still need the attention of the chair. And that attention is only captured by when you raise your hand, and Once that is, it is taken in order, and we will call upon you in order as to when your hand has been raised. So with that, we have Anne Marie, who is online. You're next. I'm sorry, Anne Marie, if you stand at ease for just a moment. There is a motion on the floor, and we're recognizing the maker of the motion, Mr. Eric Morrison.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With the understanding that there may be another nomination, I withdraw my motion. Thank you.
The motion has been withdrawn. Is this furthered okay with the second? And he affirms that it's okay. So we will hear from next Anne Marie. Please state your name and the camp of who you're representing.
Hello, I'm Anne Marie Johnson, and I'm representing ANS Camp 4. And I'm nominating Rhonda Butler, please.
Rhonda Butler's name has been forwarded to the office of Grand ANS President. Next on the online call is Rhonda Butler.
No, I have nothing to state at this time, Mr. Chairman. Sorry, that was from a previous motion. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll hear from Mr. Albee. Just a moment. Wait for your mic.
Frank Albee, A and B, Camp 49. I would just motion that you should call for nominations 3 times before you recess until tomorrow. The nominations until tomorrow.
Thank you. Any further nominations for the office of Grand President, Alaska Native Sisterhood? Any further nominations for the office of Grand President of the Alaska Native Sisterhood? Final call. Any further nominations for the office of Grand President for the Alaska Native Sisterhood? Hearing none, we'll move back to the office of First Vice President of the Alaska Native Brotherhood. Nominations are now open.
Jamie Ann Hasselquist, Camp 2 Juneau. I'd like to nominate Paul Johnson.
Paul Johnson's name has been forwarded to the office of First Vice President of the Alaska Native Brotherhood.
I'm sorry, I thought you said it was for the president for Alaska Native Brotherhood. I'm out of order. Sorry. Withdraw.
Okay. That nomination's been withdrawn. Any nominations for the office of First Vice President of the Alaska Native Brotherhood? Any nominations to the office of First Vice President of the Alaska Native Brotherhood? Final call. Any nominations for the office of First Vice President of the Alaska Native Brotherhood?
Online.
Online, we have Rhonda Butler. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At this time, I would like to nominate Peter Narrows.
Peter Null name has been forwarded to the office of First Vice President of the Alaska Native Brotherhood. Go ahead. If you'd state your name and the camp that you represent.
Chairman Peter Nalrose, Camp 70, Glacier Valley. Would like to put Paul Young's name into nomination for the office of First Vice President of the Alaska Native Brotherhood.
Thank you, Mr. Paul. First Vice President, Paul Young, his name has been forwarded to the office of First Vice President of the Alaska Native Brotherhood. Okay. ANS Grand Secretary, go ahead.
Privilege of the floor, please.
State your privilege.
This regards Peter Naro's nomination.
The request is this going to be a comment or another nomination?
It is not another nomination. It is a reason that disqualifies Peter from ever again serving as a Grand Officer.
State. I'm sorry, if you would, Madam President.
So my question was with whether if it's a comment, if it's a positive comment, as our organization, we value the positive comments.
Yes, sister, I understand that, but his unethical actions in 2015 when acting as A and B Grand Secretary.
Stand by one, please.
Point of order.
We're going to request a comment from our Mr. Sobolov. Mr. Sobolov.
Yes, what are you asking?
The question I'm asking is that as was stated here, we have an objection to a nomination because of past activities, and I'm not sure. Personally, I want to bring that to the floor again because I don't know how long ago that was. But the question to you as a parliamentarian is this is an activity that we do here presently.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. While it is indeed a pretty serious consideration, I think it's important that in our nomination speeches, and our subsequent election that goes on, that the membership on either side, or however side you wish to say you're on, has the right to raise different issues, because that's the way we are. It may not be germane, it may be out of, other than that, but any of the additional information that the delegates would like to bring forth can always be stated on the floor, and it should be taken as such. And the chairman of the election committee takes it under advisement like always. But it's important that you feel that you do have the right during this process to say, wait a minute, I think there's something else that needs to be stated here, and that would be my ruling as well.
Stand by one, please. Madam Grand President, is that comfortable with the ruling of the parliamentarian? Continue, if you will, please, Madam Secretary.
Thank you, brother. Unfortunately, in 2015, both Peter and I were reelected as Grand Secretaries. However, during his term, he chose to sign Wells Fargo paperwork that stated he was CEO or General Manager of A&B. In other words, he was stating that he was Grand President of A&B. He went on with Colette Buchanan, then the A&B Grand
Point
Treasurer.
of order, Mr. Chairman.
To set up an
Point of order,
unauthorized.
Mr. Chairman.
If I could stop you for just a moment, please. I'm not requesting for detailed information. What I'm requesting for is at the time what the Grand Camp at the time decided. That's what I am looking for. Not detailed information. I just want to know what Grand Camp had decided at that time to permit you to stand up and object.
Well, the information has never been shared publicly at a convention, and I regret that this unpleasantness had to be brought to the floor.
Again, Madam Secretary.
But many members are
Again,
aware.
Madam Secretary, please. I'm requesting from you what Grand Camp at that time decided.
Yes, I can state that because at the 2016 convention, the following year, I am the one who wrote up a 3-sentence paragraph that Eric Morrison signed as Grand President at that time, and that allowed Sasha Sobolev and James Lanos to go to the Wells Fargo branch in Juneau and to block Peter and Colette's access to any accounts.
Again, Madam President, Madam Secretary, the request is, what did Grand Camp decide to do at the time? Any decision made by Grand Camp in references?
That what I just stated was a Grand Camp decision. And there are others on the audit committee on which I served who are also aware of that.
Thank you very much for your information you brought forward. Any further nominations for the office of First Vice President? Any further nominations for the office of First Vice President? Last call. Any nominations for the office of First Vice President? Hearing none, move on to the nominations for the First Vice President of the Alaska Native Sisterhood. Any nominations for the office of First Vice President of the Alaska Native Sisterhood? Sister Marino?
Thank you, Paulette Marino, ANS Executive. I nominate Heather Powell.
Heather Powell's name has been forwarded to the nomination for the office of First Vice President of Alaska Native Sisterhood. Any further nominations? Any further nominations for the office of First Vice President of the Alaska Native Sisterhood? Final call. Any further nominations for the office of First Vice President of the Alaska Native Sisterhood?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Jamie Ann Hasselquist, Camp 2, Juneau. I would like to nominate Ginger McCormick.
Ginger McCormick's name has been forwarded as a nomination for the office of First Vice President.
Mr. Chair.
The comment has been made, Ginger McCormick is A and B. Therefore cannot be served as the First Vice President of ANS.
My apologies, withdraw.
Any further nominations, the office of First Vice President of the Alaska Native Sisterhood?
Janet Burke, Tennecky Springs Camp 76. I nominate Cindy Reeves. Are you stepping down? Oh, I rescind that. Thank you.
Okay. Any further nominations for the office of First Vice President of the Alaska Native Sisterhood? Any further nominations for the office of First Vice President of the Alaska Native Sisterhood? Final call. Any further nominations for the office of First Vice President of the Alaska Native Sisterhood? Hearing none, we'll move on to the second Vice President of the Alaska Native Brotherhood. Floor is now open for the office of second Vice President of the Alaska Native Brotherhood. Good. Would you state your name and camp you represent?
Chad Titella, A and B, Camp 1. We nominate Andrew Roberts.
Andrew Roberts' name has been put forward for the second Vice President of the Alaska Native Brotherhood. Any additional nominations for the second Vice President of the Alaska Native Brotherhood? Any further nominations for the office of second Vice President of the Alaska Native Brotherhood? Mr. Albee?
Frank Albee, A&B Camp 49. I nominate that great honorable guy, Frank Albee.
Frank Albee's name has been forwarded to the office of First Vice President of the Alaska Native Brotherhood. Oh, excuse me, second Vice President of the Alaska Native Brotherhood. Any further nominations for the office of second Vice President of the Alaska Native Brotherhood? Rhonda Butler, good, online.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Rhonda Butler, ANS Camp 2. I nominate Yale McCormick, Ginger McCormick.
Ginger McCormick's name has been forwarded to the second Vice President of the Alaska Native Brotherhood. Any further nominations to the office of second Vice President of the Alaska Native Brotherhood? Any further nominations to the office of second Vice President of the Alaska Native Brotherhood? Final call. Any nominations to the office of second Vice President of the Alaska Native Brotherhood? Moving on to the Madam President.
We have a guest speaker that is only available at noon, so we need to not the nominations.
Mr. Morris.
Yes, I ask for the privilege of the floor to express a point.
State your request for the privilege of the floor, please.
Address an inflammatory statement that was made just recently. When I was president, I did some
The microphone is off.
I'm not, just stand by one, please. I'm not sure that your mic is working. I don't have him check. I don't believe it's on.
as a person who's graduated from law school and worked in the legal field for a number of years, a statement that was just made is highly inflammatory and derogatory and certainly untrue. My actions to pass the authorization for the checking account to elected officers had nothing to do with this statement that was made regarding Peter. And Peter signed, I know, as chairman of the finance committee, and certainly if there's some grudge or personal attitudes toward an executive officer, we know as a policy that these sort of statements are not allowed on this body. So I object to that statement. I request that it be removed from this and that officer who made those statements be reprimanded as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Morrison. At this point, we need to do a recess as we have a guest speaker whose time is limited only to 12 o'clock, which is where we're at right at this time. Following the guest speaker, we will do lunch. Any objections? Hearing none.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead, Rhonda.
I believe you need to close out the nomination before we recess because I believe you didn't do a third call for nomination. So we're still right in the middle of the nomination.
We will still call for nominations following lunch.
We're in the middle of a nomination on the floor, sir.
We will call for nominations following lunch. Any further discussion? Hearing none. Madam Grand President.
Thank you, Brother Joe. Thank you, Sister Elias. Thank you. Is our next speaker ready online? I know she's in the room. So our guest speaker during the lunch hour, or actually before our lunch hour, is Deborah O'Gara. She is a former Chief Justice with Tlingit and Haida Central Council. Welcome, Deborah.
Thank you. Can everybody hear me all right?
We cannot hear you very well.
Let me turn up the volume a little bit. Can you hear me now? Can everybody hear me now?
The volume is very low.
I have my volume turned up as high as it'll go. So Alejandro, are you able to turn the sound up a little bit more?
We can barely hear you.
Well,
Maybe if you look on the microphone icon and click on the arrow and then click audio settings, like you can see now, there is a control volume for the microphone.
For the output?
The microphone, like the one that you see moving on the screen now, but you have to do this on your own screen, on the settings.
Okay, Alejandro, can you tell me which one to push again?
So I'm gonna do it on the screen, on my screen, but it doesn't control yours. Just so beside the mute on mute button, there is an arrow that it will open your microphone and a speaker. So at the bottom, it says audio settings.
Yep.
If you click on that, it will open a page like this. And where it says microphone, you see how my blue signal is going. There is a control below that. If you can push your control all the way up, it might help with the level.
Great, thank you. Okay, can you hear me a little bit better now?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Oh, great. Thank you, Alejandro. And thank you all for allowing me to speak. And hopefully this will be worth keeping you from lunch. So we'll, I wasn't sure if you were going to be eating while I was speaking or not. So we'll go. Greetings, Grand Presidents, Daphne Albee and Marcelo Quinto. It's nice to see both of you. Though Marcelo, I can only see the back of you, but I can see you there. Greetings also honored delegates and visitors. It is a great honor to be invited to speak with you during your annual convention and on a subject that is so near to me, civil rights. My Tlingit name is Dejuk Suk. My English name is Deborah O'Gara. I am Tlingit, Yupik, Irish, and a Raven from Teton clan and the Cedar Bark House of Wrangell. I currently live in Petersburg. Though I'm not home right now, I'm actually sitting in Sitka on the Sheldon Jackson campus in the middle of an art residency at the Sheldon Jackson Museum. So if anybody's in Sitka, tomorrow's my last day, so please come and visit. The theme this year is advocating for civil rights for all. My speech today will emphasize the for all segment. We all know what it is to advocate. We also know what civil rights are. I want to talk about what for all means. Over 100 years ago, the Alaska Native Brotherhood and Alaska Native Sisterhood formed and is now the oldest, and I dare say, one of the most successful civil rights organizations in the country. Great strides have been made in equal housing, education, access to voting and citizenship, and Alaska Native representation in lawmaking, and of course, the corporations. These are big victories, and some, such as the voting and integrated schools, came to Alaska in many years before these victories were won in the lower 48. These are examples of what advocating for civil rights for all has meant. I challenge you and myself as well to think about the next step in this advocacy. What does for all truly mean? I begin with a brief introduction so that you know a little bit about who I am and where I come from. My mother, Carol O'Gara, and auntie, Joan Bejo, have been the two most influential women in my life. They were both born in Mountain Village on the lower Yukon. Their mother, my grandmother, was Frances Tamry Shepherd. She was born in Wrangell, was a nurse, and died way too young. I never got a chance to meet her. My great-grandmother was Tilly Paul Tamry, a civil rights activist and mother to William and Louis Paul. She built bridges between Tlingit ways and the Western Christian teachings. Tilly's second husband and my great-grandfather, William Tamry, was a community leader, also from Wrangell, a community leader, peacemaker, and a carver. My family is a mixture of fighters, survivors, and victims, with education, successful careers in law, government, and church, alcoholism, violence, poverty, challenges, and trauma. My life has been a rocky journey that eventually became safe, comfortable, and filled with joy. I've learned to weave the art of my ancestors, which is why I'm here in Sitka right now. I have learned spruce root and cedar bark basketry, raven's tail, and chilcat. Through this gift, I have found sobriety and an ever-growing circle of strong women and other two-spirit weavers. We share stories, lessons, mistakes, and victories. We connect with each other and reconnect with our ancestors. As many of you here know, I have worked in the legal field for over 32 years. For most of my legal career, I have worked for tribal governments or courts. And since 2007, I have worked here in Alaska for my own tribe, the Tlingit and Haida, as well as several other tribes throughout the state. For the Tlingit and Haida Court, I was the first magistrate and then elected Chief Justice and then presiding justice after that. I helped to build our court as well as build strong partnerships with the state, nonprofit agencies, and other tribes. 2 years ago, as retirement from law was coming into view, I did something that most 60-something folks don't do. I enrolled in a PhD program at the University of Alaska in Fairbanks in Indigenous Studies. I'm currently researching and will write my dissertation about Tlingit dispute resolution practices and systems of justice before Western contact. My hope is that this will be the final chapter in a long career. Throughout my career, I have worked on many issues, developing and implementing laws and policies relating to domestic violence, child support, child welfare, and dealing with jurisdictional matters, particularly the child welfare, child support, and criminal law areas. I have worked as a prosecutor, an advocate, a mediator, and a judicial officer. Even though I have done all of these things for and with tribes, most of the justice systems that I have worked with have been modeled on the Western courts. I believe, and this is the basis, the grounding for my research, I believe that we as Indigenous people can do better. Thus, the next chapter of my career is to help to provide information about Indigenous justice systems that will help in healing our communities from the decades of injustice that we have suffered since contact. I have also been involved with several movements and causes over the years that don't normally appear on my official bio. Some successful and others still in progress. As an Alaska Native person, I joined efforts to secure treaty fishing rights, mostly in Washington state, stop murders and disappearance of First Nations women in Eastern Canada, free Leonard Peltier, and stop the uranium mining in and on Hopi land. As a woman and a feminist, I have stood overnight watch at women's clinics against anti-abortion firebombers hell-bent on destroying access to women's health care. I have walked picket lines for equal pay for women on the job and the right to unionize. And as a lesbian, I fought for federal funding to address the AIDS crisis that killed hundreds of thousands of our brothers and friends. In the 70s and 80s, I fought and rallied to raise awareness of the gay community and movement. Being gay is not a lifestyle choice. It is embedded in our DNA, and we should be recognized for who we are and our contributions that are valuable to our diversity and in our community. Far too often, almost always, I did these things these really important activities that could and sometimes did change lives. I did them separately in all of the different movements. I was internally integrated in my beliefs, actions, and convictions. But publicly, I was either a woman, a Native, or a lesbian. I made a decision early on, not a voluntary decision, but a self-protection decision that the battles with and education to the oppressing and ignorant forces were more important than the battles with my fellow movement comrades. And let me tell you, it was a tightrope walk every step of the way, and I don't recommend it to anyone. So why do I share this story with you all today? It really is because of the theme that you have chosen, advocating justice for all. It struck me, and I truly believe that the A&B and the ANS, as well as other organizations for social change, should not do what I have done for 45 years, live in the shadows, sharing all of who I am, only with those I could trust and feel safe with. Without full acceptance of who we are and our value within our communities, we can be targets to those who are ignorant and uneducated. People can hate us without even knowing us. And in extreme cases, it has been deadly to those of us who have chosen to live openly. So, back to our theme, now that you know a little bit more about me. What civil rights means to me is equality, the feeling of being welcome and safe when we walk into a room or a job or a neighborhood or a store. Knowing that you are being given the same opportunities and resources as the person standing behind you or in front of you in line. Knowing that you will not be treated differently or badly because of who you are or who someone thinks you are. Seems pretty simple, right? If only it was that simple. So a little bit about our history. Has life improved in the last 50, 100 years? Absolutely. Is there still more work to be done? Absolutely. Many of us are still experiencing discrimination. And this discrimination hurts and stops us from standing up for ourselves as individuals and as communities. And who hurts the most from our inactions or from this discrimination is our children. We have, however, won some very important victories, but we still have a lot of work to do. But first, let's celebrate what we have won. Housing laws now prevent the landlord or a seller from not renting or selling to natives. Business establishments can no longer refuse to serve natives. We're not seeing any more of those no natives, no dogs allowed signs. We natives are considered citizens and allowed to vote in federal, state, and local elections. Our children can attend any school they choose, and some are given the opportunity to learn their language while at school. The universities are becoming more accessible and more culturally relevant, especially here in Alaska. And we have established successful leaders who serve as role models for our youth in the legislature, universities, tribal governments, INSCA corporations, state and federal agencies. This is big. And the A&B, ANS has played a huge role in these victories and provided leadership in those struggles. But all is not as it should be. The struggles thought to have been won continue to challenge our people. There continues to be a lack of housing. Education continues to allow our children to be bullied or treated less than others. And the power of the Native vote, unfortunately, is not exercised consistently. People are just not getting out and voting. The other struggles have emerged and I believe must be brought to the forefront of our attention. And I have 5 that I'd like to highlight in addition to the ones that I've already mentioned. Child removal. Alaska has one of the highest rates of removal of Native children from their homes in the US, with up to 60% of the out-of-home placements currently in Alaska are Alaska Native children. Far too many have never returned home to families and grow up not knowing who they are. The system does not understand our families and sometimes our multi-generational homes. Incarceration. The Alaska state court system is not working, especially for Alaska Natives and other people of color. The Alaska Criminal Justice Commission, in its 2021, these are current statistics, their annual report makes the following observations and conclusions. People who are Alaska Native or Black are overrepresented in the incarcerated population relative to the general population. Alaska Native people comprise only 16% of the population in the state, but represent 42% of those who are incarcerated. And this statistic always floors me, but nearly half of the people who are currently in jail in this state have not yet been convicted or sentenced of a crime. And recidivism rates are very high. Over the last 10, 20 years, between 60 and 70% of those who are released from custody return to custody within 3 years. Third issue, violence, murder, kidnapping of our people. Alaska communities, both rural and urban, have become increasingly unsafe, especially for women and children. The Council on Domestic Violence and Sexual Assault in their 2019 reports that women in Alaska are murdered 3 times the US rate, and reported rape in Alaska is nearly 4 times higher than the US rate. Alaska has the highest rate of women murdered by men, with Native women being murdered 10 times the rate of white women. We have the highest number of missing Indigenous people of any state in the United States, with 295 missing women just as of last month. The next highest state has 89. These numbers are unacceptable, but the bad statistics actually go on. More than 4 out of 5% of Alaska Native women have experienced violence. And unfortunately, it is also our men who experience violence. American Indian and Alaska Native men also experience an extremely high rate of violence, including domestic violence and sexual assault. One article I recently read states that over 80% of all Indigenous people in this country have or will experience one or more forms of violence in their lifetime, often at the hands of non-Native people. It is also known that there is a high rate of suicide, especially among youth and young adults, and the numbers are higher when gay, lesbian, transgender, or two-spirit youth are rejected, ridiculed, or disowned by family and community. These rates, it is agreed by all, are also underreported, and deaths of our sisters, brothers, and children are often misclassified, which means when they're misclassified, no investigation happens, and the harm to the family and the community we're left to be haunted by that. Fourth issue, land, hunting, fishing, and gathering rights. The fight for land and control or access to natural resources continues to be a struggle, especially when so many are unable to feed their families. The state and federal law enforcement seem to be more concerned with checking our smokehouses and checking natives for illegal fishing than stopping the polluters of our rivers or the trawlers decimating our salmon run with their bycatch. 5, we're also suffering from a loss of culture, language, and traditional knowledge. though I have to say language is certainly increasing. The number of language speakers is certainly increasing. While all of these issues are grabbing at our sleeves for attention, there is the historical trauma from colonialization, disruption of our clan and matrilineal systems, and attempted destruction of our traditional knowledge. All these ills have been brought about since first contact and have been festering, growing, eating away at the hearts and souls of our way of life. And all of these issues, including the ones already addressed at the beginning, housing, education, citizenship, these issues are all interconnected, and I believe they need to be addressed together. Back 100 years ago, A&B and ANS prioritized education, voting, and citizenship in order to move us away from being equated to dogs. To do this, the much discussed and debated decision was made to focus on learning and using only English, and to adopt Western practices and structure for the battle of the century, civil rights for Alaska Natives. It worked. Laws were changed, policies improved, and several big equality steps were taken. In the last couple of decades, I have heard the criticism of these early decisions that you all made, and my ancestors made as well. I myself have thought these early decisions were too extreme, too Western, too far removed from our culture and traditional beliefs. However, I have come to believe that the A&B and the ANS made the best decisions given the times and the challenges, and given the vision that was in place at that time, equality and civil rights. It was a historical juncture that demanded bold and unified action necessary to ensure that we and our historical belonging, sorry, I missed my place. It was a necessary, unified action necessary to ensure that we and our historical belonging to this place did not get completely trampled and obliterated. I also think that we are at another juncture, requiring again hard discussion and debate to arrive at bold and unified action, with a more complex set of priorities for not just survival. I think with a grand, bold plan, we can bring our cultural and traditional knowledge and practices back to help address some of these challenges. The other thing that has changed in the last 100 years is that we are more diverse and more open about our diverseness and our differentness. Our families have become more blended. Our families are of various races, nationalities, abilities, sexualities, and genders. I truly believe that we have been blended, diverse, and accepting back before Western colonialization forced us to fit roundness into a square role. 50 years, we were at another historic juncture, with the Aboriginal title to our lands being negotiated, which then culminated into the Alaska Native Claims Settlement Act. I have observed in discussions, lectures, papers, articles, that the term negotiation over time tends to be left out when we're talking about ANSCA and how it came about. But just like in 1912 with the formation of A&B and then ANS soon after, there was much hard discussion and debate over what to do to settle the land claims issue. I want to share words of my great uncle William Paul Sr., who in October 1971 attended the AFN in Fairbanks, and the meeting was to review and decide on a draft of the settlement bill that was presented and advocated for by Congressman Nick Bagage. William Paul was not normally a delegate to the AFN, but that year, in his 76th year, he was the alternate representative of the Central Council, Tlingit and Haida. These are just excerpts from his speech, which was about 15 minutes long, and it was later transcribed by Dennis Demrith. And again, I'm just going to read a few portions. He says, on the motion asking this board of directors to support the proposed native land bill by unanimous consent, I have to object. Because when you look over the bill that lies before you, I doubt very much if you have the best of the many bills which have been brought before you. We had a good bill in the very first instance, but you know, since that time we have been pushed back until it has come to the point where nothing is left. But every white statesman who comes before you says we have a good bill. If this bill, as it is now, passes, you will all have no Aboriginal rights for hunting or fishing and no subsistence rights. William Paul went on to say, the thing that the United States and our senators and representatives want is to put an end to Aboriginal rights. As far as I am concerned, I want Aboriginal rights. And I am not going to propose a bill with less than what I want. If Congress wants to cut any of my wishes down, let Congress do it. But don't go before Congress with a poor bill. We own the land, and we are not going to go, and I am not going to go before Congress and tell them I want only 40 million acres. I want 375 million, not 80, not 60, not 40 million. One thing I've learned, and that is this: we own the land, it is our land, the United States is bargaining with us. Do not be afraid. William Paul spoke his truth and did not mince his words. Not everybody agreed with him. And as many of you already know, the AFN delegation that year also did not agree with him. And his three or four motions to amend the bill that was being considered was all failed. But he advocated for what he thought was the right strategy in the fight. And there was bold discussion, debate, and then a decision. Now, after a century since ANS began and 50 years since ANSCA changed the Alaska Native terrain, we have another opportunity to set out a grand plan for the next 100 years. I suggest the new and improved strategy include unconditional acceptance for all the differences that we Alaska Natives are. We are straight, gay, lesbian, transgender, mixed race, Christian, and not Christian. Some of us know our native language while some do not. Some of us know our clan, house, culture, songs, stories. Some of us do not. All of us deserve and need civil rights, the ability to feel equal no matter how different we may be. We all have the right to be all that we are all of the time without judgment from our families and our communities. We already know Indigenous knowledge has survived for thousands of years. Through the efforts and successes of organizations like ANS and ANB, we have the tools, education, and abilities to maneuver in both the Western and the Indigenous worlds. We simply cannot be afraid to push back and turn around the continual attacks on our families, our communities, and our civil rights. Frida Westman stated during a panel interview just a couple of years ago, that the ANS are ambassadors for the Alaska Native people to the Western world. And I just love that. It's a great vision, and it's so true. You all are ambassadors. What your vision for the world what is your vision for the world that you want to leave for your children and for yourselves now, today? My vision is a world without violence against women and children, without ridicule and shame for our two-spirit relatives, and everyone has the opportunity to achieve their own diverse potential. Find the vision, discuss, debate, decide, and set the plan. You already know how. You've done it before. Just remember, these are different times. Make adjustments, evaluate, and learn from mistakes, and move forward without fear, as William Paul suggested. I will end with the beginning. Advocating for civil rights for all. You chose this theme very deliberately. Advocate, helping to speak for others who need assistance. Civil rights, to be treated equally, not better or worse, but equitably, allow all to be and do. And for all means all, not some, not just the ones you agree with or who look and act like you, but all of us. Together, we are stronger. If that is the direction that A&B and ANS wants to take, then let, quote, the all know who you are, what you are doing. Invite them, make room for them. So they, the all, can join in the struggle for civil rights with you and beside you. I want to thank you all for inviting me to speak. Please know that I speak today and send these messages that I've talked about to you from my heart, that I mean no offense to anybody. You may not, and that's okay, not agree with me, but I do ask for your respect and for respectful discourse as we work towards more unity. Gunesh Chish, and thank you again for allowing me to step in between you and your lunch break.
Thank you so much, Deborah. Thank you for your powerful words, for sharing your story. We are so happy that you were here to join us today, and I'll be calling you at another time. I'd like to get a copy of your presentation, please. Thank you so much. All right. Before we break for lunch, I want to just remind everybody that the community list, the sign-up sheets are right behind Heather, right over there by Heather Gurko, Brother Heather Gurko. Please consider signing up for state and federal. There are 8 resolutions, and we need people to sign up to serve on that committee. Brother Tamsen?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Are we officially recessed, or does Deborah O'Gara have time for questions and answers if anybody had them?
Is she still on?
I am still on, and certainly I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions for Deborah O'Gara? And I'm sorry, I don't have the laptop in front of me, so you'll have to let me know. We do?
We have no questions online.
Thank you.
Comment?
Thank you, Sister Charlene.
I'd just like to take a moment to my boss up there, just to congratulate you for furthering in what you're doing and stepping up for our people. I just want to say how proud I am of you, Gunesh Hawa, and everything you do. Thank you.
Yes. Brother Tamsen? Sister Jamie Ann?
Ms. Chief, thank you. Jamie Ann Hasselquist with Camp 2 Juneau. Hello, Deborah. Thank you so much for being here today and giving us all so many wonderful things to think about for this next year. I feel like you kind of just laid everything out for us on what we should be attacking, not attacking, but addressing in our community. I did miss one of your bullet points, and so I got child removal at 60%. I think it was like 63% for the state of Alaska, and they're still continuing to take our children away through that residential boarding school institution. It's just an extension of through OCS after ICWA was passed in 78. The incarceration rate is very, very high. I'm wondering what kind of programs we might be able to create to help with that, if you have any suggestions. And then, of course, the missing, murdered Indigenous persons. I thank you for also pointing out that the men are going at a high rate and to recognize them. I got the fishing trawlers, and then I also missed the next bullet, and then the historical trauma piece, which is huge. Addressing lateral violence, addressing like Orange Shirt Day, and bringing more awareness, and to try and bring these things to the educational system and get them recognized. And I'm wondering what your strategies might be to do that. I've been, going forward with the Orange Shirt Day and creating more awareness in Juneau, and statewide, got statewide recognition with that this year with the Alaska Children's Trust Fund, or Alaska Children's Trust. And I'm just wondering what other points you might be able to share so that we could focus on those in our communities throughout the state. Ganesh Chish.
Thank you for the question. I wasn't necessarily prepared to start talking about strategies. I think that would take a bigger gathering and more deliberate thought to present. However, my fifth issue that I think should be out on the table really is our loss of, it's not really a loss because we haven't lost it, but our diminishment of our culture, our language, and our traditional knowledge that is still there but needs to be brought forward. I think we as a people have figured out how to survive in the Western world. I think it would do us well to go back and look at some of our traditional knowledge and practices and figure out how to bring those forward. And that cultural basis and grounding would help us with some of our social ills that are affecting us. Historical trauma certainly is the biggest one, but under that is the alcoholism, poverty, and the not knowing who we are, which we still do have difficulty with. So thanks.
Thank you, Brother Heather.
Thank you, A&B Executive Heather Gurko. I wanted to say thank you, Ganesh, for sharing today. I think that the Creator has brought us into this space together to share these messages with each other. I wanted to share yesterday that this body, online and in person here in Anchorage, adopted into our bylaws an inclusivity statement. And I'd like to read that to you because I think you spoke towards that. How are we moving to the future? How are we growing and lifting each other up? So I don't have my readers on, so please forgive me if I struggle. So we adopted into our bylaws, and we hope to bring it to our preamble and constitution next year. Inclusivity is at the core of civil rights. The A&B and the ANS are committed to provide a space where members feel respected and valued. We work together to ensure diverse voices are heard and included. We believe in a safe and respectful space for all faiths and all religious and spiritual beliefs. We welcome members of all races, ethnicities, ages, gender expressions, religions, and spiritualities, as well as disabilities, economic statuses, and other diverse backgrounds. This group that is here with you today was meant to hear your message. I truly believe that, and I thank you for sharing that. And it's part of what we do here at Grand Camp that is our marching orders for the next year. So I want to say once again, Ganesh for inspiring us. We look forward to sharing with you next year everything that we accomplish as we continue to grow forward. Thank you.
One moment, please. Next is Sister Paulette, and then it'll be Brother Eric.
Paulette Marino, ANS Executive Committee member. Sister Deborah, as a descendant of William Paul, I stand here as a descendant of Chester Worthington and all other founding fathers and mothers. I stand next to the first woman elected in the history of the Alaska Native Brotherhood. Your words are profound, are timely. You are in a safe place. Your words are well received and well respected for who you are as a leader, for who you are as a person. And I would just like to say, Achlein Gunashchish, as we go forward on our foundation and reach higher and higher. Thank you.
Thank you, Sister Paulette. Brother Eric?
Thank you. As you may or may not be aware, I was one of the first judges for the Central Council and responsible for writing the rules and all of those. And I'm sure you're aware of what happened in Cake the other year with the subsistence being attacked there. And of course, Katie John case that should have decided our subsistence laws here in Alaska. And what I've been advocating for in the last several years is the recognition of traditional territories utilizing subsistence laws in order for us to effectuate our ability to speak and address issues on subsistence that impacts our communities. So I'm wondering, has the court considered taking actions in areas where communities have been attacked in areas of subsistence by the state of Alaska? Thank you.
We have a hand up from Rhonda
Yes,
Butler.
Yes, I was informed. Thank you. Says Rhonda?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm unsure if you guys can hear me or not.
Yes, it's good.
Oh, okay, good. Thank you, Deborah. It's good to see your face and hear all your wonderful words and all the work that you are continuing to do for our people. It's just inspiring. One of the things that I was very interested in and is the percentage rate for our child removal being so extensively high, and how we as an organization can take measures, and seeing if you would be willing to aid any camps or even Grand Camp as a whole to presenting a powerful resolution. As we all are aware, ICWA is being challenged. Our sovereign rights are being challenged as we speak. And it's really frightening. It's really, really frightening, the possibilities that could arise from the outcome of this. And so we as an organization, being as old as we are, I think we could have a really strong impact if we unify with our other tribal entities. So it'd be great if maybe you could leave your contact information. I know our camp, specifically ANS Camp 2, has been discussing how we can address this and present and bring forth a very powerful resolution that can hold strong and steadfast for this issue. So maybe we could get your information. That would be wonderful. And I just wanted to personally say thank you very much for this presentation, because we were taking some good notes.
Thank you, Sister Rhonda. Sister Elias?
Gunochish, I would say, Deborah, my name is Elias Chase. I am our ANS Grand Treasurer. Yeah. With regards to what you said, I know when it comes to grand officers, I know I serve as the youngest grand officer, but also as a member of the LGBTQ community myself. I want to say the words that you have put forward have ultimately inspired me, not only to the dedication that I have to this organization, but ultimately through your leadership as our tribal chief justice, and the accomplishments that you have made thus far in your career. I want to say, like, it's inspiring to see that, and seeing that despite what challenges we face, that we're able to persevere and overcome, and what obstacles we deal with, we're still able to deal with them as they come, and accomplish the ultimate goal of civil rights for all of us, not just as natives, but civil rights for all. I want to say that, you know, I appreciate the, you know, with all the problems that you identified in those bullet points throughout your presentation, it gives us an idea as an organization of the direction not only that we need to go, but it also gives us guidance of how we can assist as the Alaska Native Brotherhood and Alaska Native Sisterhood. And so, you know, with all of that being said, I want to say Gulnachish for all of your hard work and dedication, and it is an extreme honor to have you here with us today.
Thank you. Brother Jan?
Jan Trigg, A and B Camp 70. I would like to move and ask unanimous consent that the presentation and words presented by Deborah O'Gara be spread across the minutes.
Sister Paulette? Thank you. Question's been called. It's been moved and requested unanimous consent to have the presentation included in our minutes. Without objection? Anybody responding online? So moved. Thank you. All right. Brother Tam?
Ms. O'Gara, it's been an honor to work with you. You have set the bar and our marching orders for this next year. Gunishchish Ha'a. I thank you as a mother of a child that is two-spirited for your hard work and what you have gone through to allow him to be who he is to this day. And that is my son Elias Chase. Gunesh Chase Ha'a.
Thank you, Brother Tam. Sister Carol?
Although it will take a couple extra clicks, I would appreciate it as ANS Grant Secretary if she could email me or Tamsin the copy of her notes, so that we don't have to watch this wonderful speech on YouTube again and try to take notes from that. Thank you.
Thank you, Sister Carol. Brother Tam?
Just real quick, it is also available on YouTube, and it will always be there. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Deborah, for your time today. Thank you for your wonderful presentation and allowing time for questions. Thank you.
Well, thank you all for, I have to admit, I was a bit nervous, and but you have allowed me to tell my story, but also hopefully inspire and encourage others to do the same that I have done. and I'm happy to send my presentation in so that it can be made available. Just allow me a little bit of time to do some final edits on it so that and I can send that in. I just want to let folks know I didn't want to leave the impression that I'm still the Chief Justice, because I'm not currently the Chief Justice at the Clinton Haida Court. That seat is, and I'm actually not an elected position on the court at all any longer. And I'm happy to assist with any of the projects that the A&B and ANS, either chapters or a Grand Camp has, and I can make my contact information available. I want to thank the Grand Presidents, both of whom I know. It's good to see you both. And as well as several others who have spoken, I want to thank you all for allowing me to speak. I come to you as somebody who has been outside both these organizations for many years, and I have respected and appreciated all of your hard work, and will continue to help you in any way that I can.
Thank you very much. We were going to take you up on that. Thank you.
Dennis Chief, and have a good rest of the convention.
Thank you very much. All right, we are going to have a quick lunch. We will have a 30-minute lunch, and please be sure to sign up for the committees. For those serving online, please state in the chat which committee you would like to serve on. Can we have the list of committees entered in the chat, please? 30-minute lunch. Thank you.
Is there going to be a breakout room for ANS meetings?
There is no ANS meeting today. There will be one tomorrow.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, brothers and sisters. Over lunch here and not interrupting our schedule, we are fortunate to have the Executive Director of the Alaska Native Heritage Center, Miss Emily Edenshaw. She was going to join us for lunch, but I ran a little bit late. I'd like to have her come up and give you guys a few words and talk about our organization in hopes that one day you guys can have to visit. Miss Edenshaw.
Oh, you guys are too kind. So, Wakawinga Kanagnagiaga Kipiugak. My name is Emily Edenshaw. I am Yupik and Inupiaq. My family comes from Imanik, Alaska. My grandparents are John and Cecilia Sippery, and my great-grandparents are Pearlie and Axel Johnson. My husband, Devin Edenshaw, is from Heidelberg, Alaska, and so my husband and I have 5 beautiful kids. I often say I have 6 if you count my husband. Many of you might be familiar with him. He's a very tall, handsome, bald basketball player at gold medal. But yes, so that's my husband. But as Paul mentioned, I have the honor to serve as the president and CEO of the Alaska Native Heritage Center here in Anchorage. So we're the only statewide living cultural center that represents the entire state, all regions, all cultures. And so I just wanted to take a moment and say thank you for all of the work that you all are doing, and know that the Heritage Center is here to partner. I think oftentimes we just get distilled down to we're just a cultural center or we're just a museum, but we're doing a lot of important work. Something I was just sharing with Jamie is, we have at any given time, we have more than 46 active grants, and so we have youth programming. We do a lot of work with our brothers and sisters who are on the street. We have the only Native-owned gift shop in Anchorage, and so you all are invited to come to our gift shop. I also shared with Paul, the next time you guys decide to have your conference here in Anchorage, please know I will make the Heritage Center available. We, like I shared earlier, we are the only Native-owned gift shop in Anchorage, and so please reach out. We're also going to be at AFN this year. How many people are going to AFN? Yes, awesome. So we're going to be our dance group, which is primarily led by youth. We're going to be opening on Thursday, but then we're also going to be dancing at Koyana night. So please know that we're here and we want to partner, and we lift you all up in the work that you're doing. As I shared with other partners and other organizations, we're stronger together. And as a Native woman, I know that the work that you all do is important, and know that the Heritage Center wants to support. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions, but just know that this is an open invitation and we want to partner. So does anyone have any questions about the Heritage Center or our work? Is the store open? Yes, it's open. It is. So it's open every Monday. It's open every Monday and Friday from 1 to 5. But if you just contact me through Paul, I will make it available. Yes?
I volunteer and bring people up to ANMC, et cetera, when they need an escort. And so I took one woman, Paulina Phillips from Haines, and it resulted in 2 bus rides, and she was in a wheelchair at the time. And but she was just amazed, and that was the first time that summer that dances had actually been performed. And so I gave her a really big time. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that. I wanted to share, we do actually get a lot of people that come to the Heritage Center that come in from out of town. I'm going to share a little bit of history with everyone. So when the Heritage Center was formed in 1989, we were formed out of AFN. And it took about 10 years to fundraise to build our 36,000 square foot facility. I'm going to just stand over here. But the original plan to have the Heritage Center was actually right in this area. But Anchorage voters at the time said, they even wrote an op-ed, they did an entire campaign, said, we don't want natives in our backyard. And a lot of people don't know that history, and I'm sharing it with you all today because you might be wondering, how does A&B, ANS, relate to the Heritage Center? We've experienced that discrimination. So much of my work today, as I've shared, is so much grounded in social justice work. But a lot of people, like I said, they don't know that history, and I always make it a point to share that, we never want our youth and our next generation to go through what, my elders went through. So it's located on the east side of Anchorage, and like I said, we sit on the main building is 36,000 square feet. We run more than 4 dozen programs, but please reach out, find me on Facebook. Again, my name is Emily Eden-Shaw, and I just want to say thank you for allowing me to speak, and know that we want to partner and support the work that y'all are doing.
I want to apologize to Emily. When I met her, she was the executive director. She has earned a well-deserved promotion. One thing about Emily, she carries that value. They don't brag. How much money did your organization raise for the storm victims in Western Alaska?
So when the typhoon hit throughout Western Alaska, we came together at the Heritage Center because we're the only, as I shared, the only really place of community that can really house a really large number of Native people. And so we raised in 2 days close to $200,000. But I was chatting with so I serve on the advisory fund as of today because of all of the great work that the Native community has done. The fund itself has over 1.5 million. So, and I was just sharing with Paul that the reason why I have to leave now is because we've been collecting items, household items. There are families in Golovin that have lost everything: clothes, shoes. I know in Juneau, Clinka and Haida is, they're also collecting items. So right after I leave here, I'm going to Ryan Air because we have 2 U-Hauls that are delivering more than 250 boxes filled with hats, gloves, shoes, and these items that, like I said, it'll just take that burden off our families that have been impacted. So thank you to those who have donated. And like I said, this fund, it's still continuing to grow. And please reach out if you have any questions about it. But yes, in 2 days, we raised close to $200,000.
Quickly, before we say goodbye to Emily, it has been our tradition for many years to pass the hat and collect money and donate from our delegation. So I believe Sister Carol started that effort just now. I would also like to donate. Would you like us to have our Sergeant at Arms collect it and have Paul maybe deliver it? Would you like that to stay with us, or do you want to take that amount with you? Okay. Well, so I urge you all as brothers and sisters to help our other brothers and sisters out. Thank you. Ganach Chish.
let me see if I could turn this on. If it's okay, I'm going to try to take a photo so I could share this online if that's okay. Thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. Gunishish Hawa, thank you. I'm going to head right over there and deposit it, and every dollar helps, so thank you.
total raised for this fundraiser is $365.
Okay, heads up. Heads up, everybody. Here comes another one at the request of Eric. The parliamentarian is in charge of filling in the gaps when there's nothing else to do, so here goes another one. Okay, hey, I'll make it quick because Eric's attention span is... Okay, here we go. Remember, this is for Eric. The Sunday school teacher was describing Lot's wife looked back and suddenly turned into a pillar of salt. The mother looked back once. Well, the little kid said, well, my mom looked back once while she was driving, contributed her little son, and she turned into a telephone pole. There you go, Eric. Now we can get on with this one.
Hoka, everybody. I just wanted to let you know that I sent out an email link to your email addresses about the auction that's going on. This year's auction is virtual, so check out that link. It's a Google form. If you write your name and the camp number and the item that you're bidding on, everything is shown in pictures in the Google form. If you have any questions or are unable to log into that form link, let me know and I can help you bid on an item. But check out the items, and they're also available on our Facebook page and Google Forms. The qasbaqs are size large. Both qasbaqs are size large. And Guyana. Oh yeah. The link is on the Facebook. I'll also add the link in the Zoom chat. Thank you.
Good afternoon. At this time, we'll continue with balloting, and Mr. Frank Albee will take into place for Brother Joe.
Thank you, Brother Woody. We'll come back to order. Just before lunch, we were talking about nominations, and I think we've gone through the A&B A&S Grand President. We've also finished the A&B A&S First Vice President. We finished the A&B Second Vice, and we're getting ready to work on the A&S Second Vice President. So at this time, I'll open nominations. But before that, let me make just a few ground rules. Nominations do not require a second. When you make a nomination, please state your name and your camp for the record so that we can get it on file. And after each nomination, I will call for nominations 3 times before we recess that nomination process until tomorrow. I understand we have the voting scheduled for about 11 a.m. tomorrow. We do have, I think for a little later on this afternoon, we have candidate speeches, so we'll make time for that. So having gotten that out of the way, we're now at this point, we're going to open nominations for the Alaska Native Sisterhood Second Vice President. Nominations are open.
Mr. Chairman?
Pardon?
We have Rhonda Butler.
On the line. Rhonda, you're on.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Rhonda Butler, A&S Camp 2. I nominate Charlene Wolf.
Charlene Wolf has been nominated for A&S Second Vice President. Are there any other nominations?
Thank you, Sister Mary. A&S Executive Committee Woman, Ms. Marino. Mr. Chair, it has been requested, could you read the names of our participants that are online for us, please? Thank you.
Our participants online, I don't know who they are.
May our through the chair's secretaries, or may somebody volunteer to read who is online? Sister Cindy has volunteered. Thank you.
Is there a reason that we need the names of the participants online? I mean, we also have participants throughout this room that we haven't called on name.
Should I proceed?
Yes.
So everyone that's shown up in the participants, there's 35 participants, I believe. I have Tam Alzayut, Rasmussen, a number that says 822-056-54092, Amelia Wilson, Camp 12, Andrea Caesar, Ann Chilton, Juneau Camp, Anne Marie, A&S Grand President, A&S Grand Secretary, A&S Grand Treasurer, Elias Chase, Bessie Singletary, Beverly Russell, A&S Camp 70, Cecilia Tavallero, conf_AKNB, Cynthia Lanos, Camp 14, Dots, Brandon Gallisher, Frank Albee, A&B Camp 49, Heather Shachatki, Gurko, James Lanos, A&B Camp 14, Jamie Ann Selton, A&S 2 Juneau, Jan Trigg, A&B Camp 70, Joey Kita, A&S Camp 30, Jess Jew Smith, Kevin Hall, Camp 14, Mona Stevick, Paul Young, A&B Camp 70, Peter Noirs, A&B Camp 70, Rhonda Butler, A&S Camp 2 President, Sean Gurko, A&B Camp 49, Tlingit and Haida, Seattle, Washington Chapter, and A&B Camp 87. And Cindy Reeves, A&S Grand Second Vice President.
Thank you. Does that satisfy somebody's question? Okay, we'll go on with the nominations. We have one nomination for the ANS Second Vice President. Are there any other nominations for the position of ANS Second Vice President, Alaska Native Sisterhood Second Vice President? Are there any other nominations? Are there any other nominations for the position of ANS Second Vice President? We have one nomination. Charlene has been nominated. For the third time, are there any other nominations for ANS Second Vice President? Hearing none, nominations are recessed until tomorrow. Now we'll go on to the A and B. What do you do next? Is it secretary or treasurer? Secretary. For the A and B secretary, nominations are now open for the secretary, Grand Secretary of the Alaska Native Brotherhood. Nominations are open. Floor recognizes Elias Chase.
I would like to nominate our current secretary, Tamsin Alziut.
Tamsin Alziut has been nominated for A and B Grand Secretary. Are there any other nominations? For A and B Grand Secretary, are there any nominations for position of Grand Secretary of A and B? For the third time, are there any other nominations for the position of Grand Secretary, Alaska Native Brotherhood? Hearing none, this nomination will be recessed until tomorrow. At this time, we'll now open nominations for the Grand Secretary of the Alaska Native Sisterhood. Nominations are open. Beverly Russell, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Beverly Russell, ANS Camp 70. I nominate Melanie Rodriguez for ANS Grand Secretary.
Melanie Rodriguez has been nominated for ANS Grand Secretary. Are there any other nominations for Grand Secretary, Alaska Native Sisterhood? Nominations are open for ANS Grand Secretary. Are there any other nominations? For a third time, are there any nominations for the position of Grand Secretary, Alaska Native Sisterhood? Hearing none, the position of ANS Grand Secretary will be recessed until tomorrow. For the position of Alaska Native Brotherhood Grand Treasurer, nominations are open. Please get the floor right there. Andrew?
I'm Andrew Johnson from Seattle, Camp 36B. I nominate Eric Morrison. For
Eric
Grand
Morrison
Treasurer.
has been nominated for the position of Grand Treasurer, Alaska Native Brotherhood. Are there any other nominations? For the position of A and B Grand Treasurer, nominations are open for the position of Grand Treasurer, Alaska Native Brotherhood. For the third time, are there any other nominations for Grand Treasurer, Alaska Native Brotherhood? Hearing none, nominations are recessed until tomorrow. We will now open nominations for the position of Grand Treasurer, Alaska Native Sisterhood. Nominations are open.
Thank you. Eric Morrison, Camp 70, I nominate Elias. Thank you.
Elias Chase has been nominated. Are there any other nominations for the position of Grand Treasurer, Alaska Native Sisterhood? Nominations are open for the position of Grand Treasurer, Alaska Native Sisterhood. Are there any nominations? For the third time, nominations are open for the position of Grand Treasurer, Alaska Native Sisterhood. Are there any nominations? Hearing none, nominations are recessed until tomorrow. At this time, we'll open nominations for position of A and B Sergeant at Arms. Nominations are open. Yes.
Mayor Marina Suits, Camp 87, I'd like to nominate Chad Titel.
Chad Chatel has been nominated for Sergeant at Arms, Alaska Native Brotherhood, Grand Sergeant at Arms, Alaska Native Brotherhood. Are there any other nominations?
Paul Johnson, Executive Officer, A&B Camp 87, nominates Sean Gurko for Sergeant Arms.
Sean Gurko has been nominated. Are there any other nominations for the position of Grand Sergeant at Arms, Alaska Native Brotherhood? Nominations are open for the position of Sergeant at Arms, Grand Sergeant at Arms, Alaska Native Brotherhood. For the third time, are there any other nominations for the position of Grand Sergeant at Arms for the Alaska Native Brotherhood? Hearing none, nominations are closed until tomorrow. We will now open nominations for the position of Grand Sergeant at Arms for the Alaska Native Sisterhood. Yes, over here.
Chad Titel, A and B, Camp 1. I nominate Charlene Wolf. Or
Charlene Wolf has been nominated for Sergeant at Arms, Alaska Native Sisterhood.
Mr. Chair, I believe Sister Charlene was already nominated for another position.
Yes, Charlene has been nominated for a position of ANS second Grand President at this point. Under these procedures, under our rollover procedures, if you are elected as ANS second Vice President, then you would not be eligible to run for Sergeant at Arms. If you were not elected, then you could roll over and for the Sergeant at Arms when it comes up again for nominations tomorrow. Pardon? Somebody help me on that. Can we leave her in nomination, or would she have to withdraw?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Sobolev.
Customarily, I'll say it differently. If you're nominated for a higher, meaning an office different than what you've been nominated for, and if you're successful, you assume that office. But if you're not successful, you can roll over and become eligible for the next office down. But that process would happen mañana. Thank you.
Charlene Wolf, you're comfortable with that? The candidate is, yeah, okay. So what we're saying then is we would take your name off the Sergeant at Arms, and if you are not successful as second Vice President tomorrow, you can be nominated again. Because we will reopen nominations tomorrow for each position before we vote. Okay? Okay, we're good. We're explained. Nominations are still open for the position of Grand Sergeant at Arms for the Alaska Native Sisterhood. Do we have one nomination already? We don't have anyone yet? Nominations are open for the position of Grand Sergeant at Arms, Alaska Native Sisterhood. It's not that hard of a job, folks. And you get your way paid to Grand Camp. We have a nomination on the floor.
Jamie Ann Hasselquist. Which camp am I? 2, Juneau. I'd like to nominate Kathleen John. Oh, no, she says no.
Okay. Oh, she has to be a delegate? Okay.
The question arises, do you have to be a delegate? No, you just have to be a member of ANS. You have to be here? You must be present on the floor.
Millie had
Who's our
already
secretary?
ruled that
Madam
is it
Secretaries
about,
Oh, okay.
she had already ruled that
Yeah.
we have 3 seated delegates.
Do we have a clarification over here? We're looking it up. I know for certain you have to be a member of the ANS to run for office. We
Mr.
have a
Chairman?
response over here.
And then we have Sister Rhonda Butler with her
Naturally.
hand up.
Thank you, Cindy Reeves, ANS Grand Vice President 2. Back in 2018, that's how I got voted in as Sergeant at Arms. I attended 2018 conference and I was an alternate, and that's how I became an officer.
Thank you. Now, Catherine, is she an alternate and is she present? She is an alternate. Then the precedent has been set.
Goodness, she is
We
here
have-
for the record, and she is seated as an alternate.
Okay, and, Catherine has been nominated. Now we have a nomination from Rhonda. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No, I was not going to nominate anyone, but I was going to speak in regards to the current nomination. It has always been customary, and you've clearly made that statement, that as long as you are present for Grand Camp Convention and are an ANS paid member in good standing or an A and B member in good standing and are present, you can be nominated for any grand office position. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Millie?
Brothers and sisters, just as a point of interest, and this goes back years and years and years ago, we get at our local camps, we have nominations for delegates to come. When you have 3 delegates, that's a full delegation, your alternate doesn't get seated unless one of those 3 are gone. And I realize that we have to maybe relax a little bit on that, because the rest of us that are nominated, we have to be credentialed and seated. That's part of protocol. So I'm only giving you history. Thanks.
Thank you for your comments. Are there any other nominations for the position of Sergeant at Arms for the Alaska Native Sisterhood?
We have Stephanie and then Ginger.
Stephanie on online, you have the floor. Go ahead, Stephanie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just as a moment, I was asking to request consideration to be moved from alternate to delegate. This is Camp 4. Sergeant at Arms, our president, emailed earlier and requested, and we were told that this was the process we needed to follow. So in order to nominate, I request that I be moved from alternate to delegate.
Thank you. Then we have Ginger McCormick.
I'd like to nominate.
So with Camp 4, Stephanie's requesting from the chair to be seated. Thank you.
Okay.
So Stephanie, what is your last name? Somebody from Camp 4 in Sitka is an alternate and requesting to be seated as a delegate, but we want to
My
make sure
last
with
name is
the, check with the secretaries to make sure that she is seated in as an alternate and who she will be replacing is not here. And this will go through the chair. Woody.
As far as voting goes, I am the chair. As far as the nominations goes. To be seated, okay. Are we talking about Catherine?
No.
No, let's step.
We do.
Stephanie has to be seated. She's the one that
Who's,
was online.
okay.
And we have our Madam Secretary.
Go ahead, Tam.
Yes, Mr. Chair, we just need to know who she's Yes, we do. It's on. Okay. Your Honor, Mr. Chair, I plead the fifth. Your Honor, we do have Stephanie listed as an alternate. Could we please have for the record who she is replacing? And then she needs your permission to be seated, sir. Thank you.
Online, can we hear who she is replacing? Which camp is she on and who is she replacing?
Replacing. Can you hear me, sir?
Go ahead. Who is she replacing?
I would be replacing Carlene Larson.
Okay, then she should be able to be seated. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that answers the question. She has been seated. Stephanie, did you have a nomination or comment? You still there?
Yes, sir. I would like to nominate Josephine Johnson for Sergeant at Arms.
Josephine Johnson has been nominated for Sergeant at Arms, Alaska Native Sisterhood. We have two nominations for Alaska Native Sisterhood Sergeant at Arms, Catherine and Josephine. Are there any other nominations for Sergeant at Arms, Alaska Native Sisterhood?
We have Juliana Smith next online.
On the floor. Juliana, you have the floor.
This is Juliana from Camp 87. I request that we nominate Mary Suits for
Mary Soot has been nominated for Sergeant at Arms, Alaska Native Sisterhood. Mary? That's Mary.
Mary Marino, Suits Camp 87. Thank you for the honor, and I respectfully decline. Thank you. Gunachish.
Mary Soot has declined the nominations for personal reasons. Ginger McCormick, you have the floor.
Ginger McCormick, Camp 14. I nominate Joey Kita.
Joey Kita has been nominated for Grand Sergeant at Arms, Alaska Native Sisterhood. Are there any other nominations for Sergeant? Jan has the floor.
Thank you. Jan Trigg, A&B Camp 70. I just had a point of order. In our Constitution, it doesn't speak to having to be present at convention in order to run for a grand office. And I was just I asked the question, if it isn't spoken to in our Constitution, should there be a limitation set? Thank you.
Thank you for the clarification. You do not have to be present in order to be nominated. Is that what you said? Yes. Thank you for the clarification. We have 4 nominees for the position of Grand Sergeant at Arms for Alaska Native Sisterhood. Brother Eric.
Yes, thank you. Just for a historical, we do have a precedent in that in Klawock, someone was nominated, they weren't present, but they had to call in and said they accepted the nomination.
Thank you for the information. Nominations are still open for the position of Grand Sergeant at Arms, Alaska Native Sisterhood. We have 4 nominations: Catherine, Joey, Josephine, and 3 nominations. Mary has declined. Are there any other nominations for Grand Sergeant at Arms, Alaska Native Sisterhood? Catherine, Joey, and Josephine.
I think we have.
No, Charlene's running for second.
I think we have 4. There was a Carlene Larson. Carlene Larson, Kathleen John, Josephine Johnson, and Joey Kita.
Carlene. I missed one somewhere.
So Stephanie could be seated, Mr. Chair.
So maybe there's 3, Kathleen, Josephine, and Joey.
Okay, we need to get this squared away. All right, we're back to 3. Okay, we're back to 3. For the 3rd time, for the final time, nominations for Grand Sergeant at Arms for the Alaska Native Sisterhood. Are there any other nominations? Hearing none, nominations are recessed until tomorrow. Chairman thanks all of you for your participation, and for candidates, I think you're going to have a little candidate speech this afternoon according to the agenda. So thank you for your time. Everybody has a list, and thank you. I'll turn this back over to the chair.
You have to do this to do the host camp nomination next. Host camp.
Host camp? Oh. Yeah. Okay. Let me do that. All right. Moving right on. The convention in 2023, we're looking for a host camp. Who would like to sponsor? Who would like to host Grand Camp Convention in 2023? We don't have a camp in Hawaii, and we should, but we don't. So at this time, the chair is opening an invitation for host camp for Convention 2023. Paulette, floor recognizes Paulette.
Thank you, Paulette Marino, ANS Executive. It's become tradition that we nominate Tenakee Springs for a host camp. They usually respond, but I'd like to follow that tradition. Thank you.
Tenakee Springs has come up, but before we do anything here, we got to hear from Tenakee Springs. Oh, nominations are still open. Okay, we're going to hear from Tennecky Springs. Here it comes.
Thank you, Paulette. Tennecky Springs has a population of about 86 people. We do have running water, some of us. Some of us have flushing toilets. Some of us have outhouses. There is no hotel there, and there is no place to eat there. And the general store hours are usually every other day from noon to 2 p.m. And we have, and then probably Sasha can fill you in on a lot more if you're interested.
That sounds like my kind of town, or village, rather.
Immediately, if you get off the ferry, to your immediate left before you hit the main road, which is like 36 steps from the ferry, on the left is the only place that sells alcohol. But in addition to that, next to that place is the one that is the biggest draw for a convention that Tennecky Springs always puts out there for you to consider, is there is a hot springs bath. And at the hot springs bath, there are men's hours and there are women's hours, perfectly aligned with our organization, where the organizations can meet, have an enjoyable time in the hot springs. And although I've never witnessed it myself, there are usual communal hours in the early morning of the hours, but you never heard that from me. And on top of that, there are no vehicles allowed in Tennecky. My sister has more to say.
Only one more thing. No bathing suits are allowed in the bathhouse. It's in the buff or you don't go.
Now that really sounds like my kind of town. Nominations are still open for host camp 2023 convention. We have who on the floor?
Executive Paulette Marino.
Madeline, you have the floor. Oh, Paulette. I'm sorry, Paulette.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Paulette Marino, ANS Exec. I respectfully withdraw my nomination for Tennecky Springs. Thank you.
I was really wanting to go too, especially when he said that was you went to Hot Springs in a buff. Yes. Delegates, you have until tomorrow to ponder this. We'll bring this up again tomorrow for host camp, Grand Camp Convention 2023. We'll bring this up again tomorrow. Thank you for your time today, and we'll go on with business. Thank you.
Thank you, Frank. Next on the agenda, we have meeting of A&B Finance Committee and A&B Audit Committee. All other delegates, Resolution Committee, and Heather Gurko was chairman for the considerations of resolutions receiving due pass recommendations.
Brothers and sisters, thank you so much for considering that town that's just a little south of Juneau for the site. But before you go into your committee meetings, Brother Eric, here's another gem for you to remember. Joe and Mo were talking. Joe said, "Was there any money on Noah's Ark?" And Mo said, "Why, yes. The duck took a bill, the frog took a greenback, and the skunk took a cent." Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Sasha. Next, we have Heather. Brother Heather.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So yesterday, you each were distributed the resolutions. We were 18 total. You also received a list of, let me find my glasses really quick here, a list of all the resolutions and which committee they are assigned to. On that list also was a recommendation from the Finance Committee. The Finance Committee was, or excuse me, I'm on the Finance Committee too, but the Resolution Committee. I'm not the only person on the Resolution Committee. I honorably serve as co-chair with Bev Russell, Sister Bev Russell. Mr. Chair, would you like me to go through each resolution, or would you like me to share who the committee chairs are so we may go into committee meetings? Okay, so what I'll do today is share who the committee chairs are. And committee chairs, you're responsible for working with, I assume, the grand secretaries to figure out a breakout room option for your committee to meet for virtual. So for Fisheries, Wildlife, and Subsistence, we have ANS Executive Paulette Marino, and as well as A&B Second Vice President Paul Johnson. For Health and Education, we have Heather Powell. Is Heather Powell present?
Madam, I am present. This is Heather.
Wonderful.
Virtual.
Thank you, Sister Heather. So Heather Powell is the chair for the Health and Education. For Veterans, we do not have any current resolutions, but Frank Albee, our brother from Portland, is the Veterans Chair. State and Federal, we also have ANS Executive Paulette Marino listed for that. So we have you chairing and then co-chairing another committee. For Constitution, we have our A&B Executive Sasha Sobolov, and those are the committees as they stand. There is one resolution, I believe it's number 18. It has been referred to the Finance Committee, so as we go meet, we will look at that resolution to bring back to the body. Thank you.
Excuse me, privilege of the floor. This is Sister Heather Powell.
Yes.
Sheesh, thank you. I am currently virtual. I am preparing right now I've been fogged in Huna all day. The sun has actually come out this moment. But I'm preparing to jump on the flight that leaves here at 3:15. So I'm actually heading out to the airport as we speak to be in Anchorage tonight. So as the committee chair that I am holding right now, I would need to ask for somebody to step in the case that I jump on the airplane. And I know it had listed co-chair, but I didn't hear who the other co-chair was.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. ANS Grand President Albee would like to request that ANS Sister Charlene Wolf co-chair, while Heather Powell, our sister from Huna, is in flight. Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
Rhonda Butler, ANS Camp 2. Usually thank you, Mr. Chairman. Usually at this time, we go through the resolutions and we're told which resolution is going to which committee. Can that be verified, please? That helps determine for us as delegates as to which committee meeting we're going to be attending and how we as a camp can divide up accordingly to make sure that we send our appropriate delegate whose strengths are in that committee to handle that resolution. So thank you. If we can have the list of which resolution is going to which committee, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you. So Resolution 2201, AMB and ANS endorse Mary Peltola for Congress. That has been assigned to state and federal. 2202, request for a no vote for holding State of Alaska Constitutional Convention, state and federal. 2203, support efforts to protect Sitka herring stock, fisheries, wildlife, and subsistence. 2204, request that legislature and governor of the state of Alaska fully protect salmon habitat and salmon runs. It is state and federal and fisheries, wildlife, and subsistence. 2205, promote culturally relevant elder care, health, and education. 2206, make available free Narcan, Narcan, to reduce opioid overdose deaths, and this would go to health and education. 2207, request improved hobby workshop, health and education. 2208, request traditional hymn Onward Christian Soldiers remain into perpetuity as the official song of the Alaska Native Brotherhood and Alaska Native Sisterhood. We did list this as Constitution. The Resolution Committee considers this to be out of order due to the fact that the words in perpetuity are there. Our resolutions carry from convention to convention. Also that it would change our bylaws and our Constitution. It has not been submitted to the body with the minimum 30-day notice, which is required in our bylaws. 2209, requirement being vaccinated for COVID-19 and variants to attend Grand Camp in person be rescinded for the 2023 Grand Camp Convention and henceforth. Once again, this has been sent to Constitution, but the Resolution Committee also deemed this to be out of order because resolutions only guide actions from one Grand Camp Convention to the next. A resolution cannot state and henceforth. 2210, which is similar to 2201, AMB and ANS endorse Mary Peltola for United States House Representatives, state and federal. 2211, supporting Lisa Murkowski for United States Senate, state and federal. 2212, language revitalization priorities in the Tlingit and Haida General Fund, health and education. 2213, support federal recognition of the Chinook Indian Nation, state and federal. 2214, AMB and ANS banner song creation, health and education. 2215, tribal identification education for Transportation Security Administration, officers and updated identification scanning technology, state and federal. 2216, resolution in support of tribes owning infrastructure procured with NTIA Tribal Broadband Connectivity Program funds, state and federal. 2217, and this is missing from the grid, please, I apologize. It went to the printer before this one was submitted. 2217, please add it manually. Alaska Native Sisterhood to work with local camps to improve literacy, health, and education. And then finally, 2218, equal access to the Sea Alaska Endowment has been referred to the Finance Committee. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. 2217, health and education. Oh, thank you. 2217, Alaska Native Sisterhood to work with local camps to improve literacy. And we do have the grids available. I believe there are additional copies at one of the tables.
Thank you, Brother Heather. Any questions?
Mr. Chair? Yes, this is Sister Cecilia Tavalero. I do have a question.
Yes.
In the past, if there was a edit that needed to be done to any of the resolutions submitted by camps, they took the time to put them together. It was given, the camp was given a chance to make edits. And I'm wondering if that was done this time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. These have not gone to committee yet, so that is the next step for our body to go to committee to make those discussions.
Thank you.
At this time, we'll have Andy Roberts as co-chair for state and federal.
Thank you. It's been requested that we announce who is on each committee at this time. State and federal, currently with the chair of ANS Executive Paulette Marino, is Woody Watson, Jan Trigg, Peter Narrows, Andrew Johnson, Sasha Sobolov, Paul Johnson, and Milani. No. Miss John. For Fisheries, Wildlife, and Subsistence, with the co-chairs being ANS Executive Paulette Marino, ANB Second Grand Vice President Paul Johnson, is Charlene Wolf, Peter Narrows, Jan Trigg, Andrew Johnson, and Elias Chase. Yep. And if anybody online would like to sign up for one of these committees, please do let us know. We'll have you put it in the chat or reach out to the chair of the committees.
Or to the ground secretaries.
Or the ground secretaries. Thank you.
Any further discussion?
Where are the committees meeting? Where are the committees meeting?
Okay, it sounds like state and federal should go to where the ANS held their meeting yesterday in the room, the AV room. And then the Distance Learning Lab. Also, that chair will need to make sure they have access to technology for those online. Oh, one other committee we didn't mention, Health and Education, Chair Heather Powell, Co-Chair Charlene Wolf, is Yvonne Watson, Vivian Holt, Cindy Reeves, and Chad Titel. So Health and Education, Sister Charlene, where would you like to meet with your committee? Were there any online participants wanting to be part of a committee? I'm asking DOTS or our grand secretaries.
Madam Chair?
I'll yield to Woody
Oh,
through the chair.
Mr.
May I go
Chairman.
ahead and respond? Thank you. Go ahead, Sister Rhonda.
Yes, Rhonda Butler, ANS Camp 2. I would like to sit on the Health and Education Committee, please. And also, can I request that the assigned list that you had just read off to us be emailed to us? We didn't receive that with our resolutions.
The grid should have been in the Google file listed as Resolution Committee Assignments and Recommendations of Grand Camp Resolution List 2022. So it is in that Google file.
I'll double check and see if I missed it, but I didn't see it there. So thank you.
Thank you. I've added you to the list for health and education, and Sister Charlene Wolf will let you know where the online meeting room information.
Madam Chair.
Thank you. Through the chair, I believe that's our ANS executive, Cecilia Tablero.
Yes, it is. I'm sorry. I'm in a grocery store and they're playing loud music. I would like to be on the Health and Education Committee as well. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll add you.
And just a note from DOTS, we've just opened up 4 breakout rooms named after those 4 respective committees. So you're looking for Constitution, Veterans, Health and Education, and Fisheries and Wildlife. So those have been set up and are open now.
Thank you. Brother Jan?
Jan Trigg, A&B Camp 70. Mona Stevick has asked to be added to the Health Education Committee, please.
Thank you. Paul Johnson, go ahead.
Paul Johnson, Executive Officer, Camp 87. I also want to, just because of the size and the scope and layout, the Subsistence, Fisheries and Wildlife Committee will meet in this room briefly. We have 1 resolution. And one more thing in consideration of DOTS, the people online, give them a little bit of time to, once you get to the right room, if you're in the wrong room physically, we're here just to make sure, give us a few minutes to make sure that you're in the right room online, but also in person. So we'll tie it up there. If you're on the committee, our committee, and you're attending virtually, give us a few minutes. We'll get a computer screen up to have you join us at our table over here. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Brother Paul. And just a quick note, there are 2 resolutions that will be going to your committee. Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We'll be in committee meetings till 2:20.
It's 2:30 now, Mr. Chair. So you want 1 hour still? It's up to you.
Okay.
So we will meet for 1 hour and then return. I'd like to ask the Finance Committee Chair, our Grand Treasurer of the A&B, where we will be meeting. Where are we meeting for Finance? I don't know. Okay.
So what is it? It's health and what? What does she have? Just a quick announcement, health and education will be in the back room as you go out this year, left this door on our left, and to your right, all the way down to the end. Thank you.
Maddie was last year. She was top seller. She sold over 3,000 box of cookies.
Nice.
And
You
yeah.
put money in the boxes or something?
I know.
We can hear anything online on the Zoom, so someone have to go and unmute the computer beside the stage.
Hi there, this is just a message from DOTS. We're going to be reconvening into the main room shortly. The chair will be calling it back to order, so I'm going to be closing the breakout rooms. We'll be closing the breakout rooms to reconvene in the main room. Thank you very much.
find out when he gets back.
Mr. President.
Are they resolutions? They pretty much, well, they're not. I don't know. I don't see why not. We're here to pay for it, yeah, that's what we're here for. Which one is that? What's this? Yeah, keep calling the order. Be online? If I can have your attention here in the audience, we have Mr. Malat waiting online. He's been waiting for quite some time, so we're going to start at this time and let him speak. Thank you. Mr. Malat.
Hello. Thank you all. I lost the ability to see you, so maybe I'll ask, can you hear me well?
Yes.
Kunikchish. Well, I want to start by saying Kunikchish to A&B Grand Camp President Quinto, A&B Grand Camp Executive Members, ANS Grand Camp President Albee, ANS Grand Camp Executive Members, and all of the A&B and ANS delegates. I apologize I could not be there in person, but very happy to have the chance to talk to you virtually. And Gunachish for setting that up and giving me a few minutes. I'll start by showing some personal gratitude and thank you to all the camps that were involved in honoring Ron Malat, Albert Kukesh, Byron Malat, and Barbara Johnson. Really appreciated that. It made our family feel good. All the families represented. I'm sure it gave a good sense of feeling for them, and specifically Paul Johnson. Thank you for your effort. My brother was able to attend. He said it was a really nice event. On behalf of Sea Alaska, we took this past year, which was the 50th anniversary, not only of ANCSA, but of Sea Alaska's history. And we took even the year before to think about what does 50 years mean? What part of our history do we want to dive into? What part of our history matters? And really early on in that thought process, we recognized that 50 years is not the real history of Sea Alaska. And whenever we presented on whether it be 50 years of ANCSA or 50 years of Sea Alaska, we made sure that the audience knew that the real history of Sea Alaska is the 10,000 years plus of the Tlingit, Haida, and Tsimshian people living in our homelands, and that was the reason, is the reason that Sea Alaska is in existence. And 50 years also falls short in comparison to the history of the A&B and the ANS. And so we made sure to honor the A&B and ANS in every single one of our presentations. as being the grandfather of not only Sea Alaska, but Tlingit and Haida, and the grandfather of all of land claims. And we made sure to honor that history over and over this past year. And I hope any of you may have been able to hear us give that presentation, but it's really the history of A&B is such a critical part of our own history. As we go along and talk about the last 50 years, we would freely admit mistakes, operational failures, learning lessons, hard times. But after, as long as you learn, as long as you look at that history and you know what you have, which is a strong sense of values, a commitment to our Native people, a commitment to our communities, and still that ancestral wisdom of our elders and their ancestors that can flow through our stories and explain how our value system benefited our people for generations, thousands of years. It's very obvious how that same value system can benefit Sea Alaska. And so for the last 10 years, we've been focused on using that value system in our businesses and in how we benefit our shareholders. We built some business success that has allowed us to increase our shareholder benefits from about $10 million annually just 5 or 6 years ago, close to $30 million in shareholder benefits. That includes dividends, that includes long-term commitments like we made to the Alaska Heritage Institute, but it also includes new commitments that our financial success has allowed us to put forward. A $10 million commitment to indigenous languages, $18 million in additions to our scholarship foundation, a commitment to the health and environmental sustainability of our communities in investing in the Sustainable Southeast Partnership Network. Those are all new commitments that we have put forward based off of our financial success. And even in a tough year like 2022, it's hard to avoid headlines in the newspapers, on any of the news sources you have about the struggles of not only the investment markets, but the economy, the high cost of everything that we face, the inflation we face, the increase in gas costs. It's affecting the economy. We, as a company, have to plan long-term and know that we will have investment time periods that are painful for us, but we've set up our whole entire, both our operating structure and our investment structure to be able to withstand time periods like this. And not only withstand time periods like this, but keep our shareholder benefits flowing. And so there may be a slight drop in shareholder benefits as we move into this year and next because of this tough economy, but it's still going to be at a level that is much greater than our history. And so when investment markets are down, it's really nice to have businesses, seafood businesses, our water and foods businesses that are doing well. And so that just, it's part of the model that we think not only will provide growth for Sea Alaska, continued growth in those shareholder benefits, but allow us to withstand tough time periods and not, face significant declines in shareholder benefits. So that's what we've been working on. We've been inspired by the work of the A&B and ANS. Your agenda this week is fantastic. For supporting the landless and Alaska Natives Without Land, Gonna Cheese for supporting the Native veterans a lot. Gonna Cheese for diving into the tough issues, tough social issues that you are on your agenda. I hope your elections go well. I hope your resolutions process go well. And thank you for the short time I have to address you today. Gonna Cheese.
Thank you, sir, and we apologize for making you wait here. We
No,
enjoyed
no
your
problem at all.
speech, and thank you very much.
Anthony, I want to thank you very much for not only addressing us, but certainly because of all of the things that you've made yourself available to us for us to carry on our duties. You know, the endowment is a major factor in giving us the opportunity to continue our efforts here. You know, and your commitment, you know, has been a real welcome to us. You know, it's a big commitment, and we appreciate it very much. And just wanted to say thank you for being part of that, and also always being willing to support the A&B and ANS. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate those words.
Next on our agenda is consideration of resolutions. Brother Heather. We'll give you 15 minutes to finish up.
Chair, that part of resolution. Yeah, what is the wish of the body? What is the wish of the body after they report? What is the wish of the body? I can call them up and then. Okay, but there is a motion. You'll have to call us back.
At this time, we're calling back into order. Heather will speak on the resolutions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We had 18 resolutions that went out to committee. Is there a committee who is ready to report? If you have any due pass, at this time, the body would like to hear those. Is there a committee who is ready to present? Or I'll start calling people. And there will be time on the agenda tomorrow. So if you were unable to get through each resolution, then there will be time tomorrow as well. And your committee can meet again at the assigned time or when you want to. We've been called back to order. Yeah, thank you. Does DOTS have the resolutions available to pull up as a committee's report? Thank you. So who is the first committee who would like to report? Thank you. Please come on up. And is this for state and federal or fisheries? Thank you. Please make sure to state the resolution number clearly so DOTS can pull it up and the delegation can see it. Thank you.
I'll have it pass it to you, then I'll say what happens. Go first.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are pleased to come forward and present to you. We are the co-chairs of the committee, Fisheries, Wildlife, and Subsistence. Our members on our committee were Eric Morrison, Peter Noros, and Charlene Wolf. Thank you.
Brothers and sisters of the group and those attending online, Resolution 2203, support efforts to protect Sitka herring stock, was recommended pass with edits. Dots, can you please pull Resolution 2202 up? Or sorry, 2203.
Done. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And A and B Brother Noros will come forward with those edits as recommended by the committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Subsistent Chair. The committee did meet and did review Resolution 2203. It recommended some edits. The recommended edits was to really deal with all herring stocks in the state of Alaska, not just Sitka herring stocks, though that was recognized as a very important herring stock and that there should be support for that. The reason for support should be the continued viability of those stocks. And in order to assure that, the language I was asked to task with coming up with some additional language under a second, therefore be it resolved, and that second resolve would be to instruct the fishery managers, in other words, the state of Alaska's Board of Fish and its local advisory boards, and other people who are involved to really to augment and supplement their knowledge with users with subsistence users of herring who have traditional values and knowledge to be included in the manager list. So with those changes, there was a committee's strong recommendation to do pass.
Thank you. And thank you, Brother Peter. If you could look at the screen and work with whoever it is, if they wanted to edit this at this time, or Brother Paul, should we just recommend you pass with these edits? That's a committee recommendation. What is the wish of the body?
Madam Chairman, to your question, I would recommend a do pass to the body, but I would look for additional input, particularly from the maker of the original resolution, which included Sitka stocks. Was we'd want to expand this to include all stocks and to include the specific recommendation that we include users who have traditional knowledge in the management of those stocks to be included as well in the state of Alaska's determinations on the viability of those long-term effects. Is there anything else?
Sitka herring stock and in its place Alaska herring stock.
Yes, Alaska herring stock.
Madam Chair?
Our recommendation is to pass with these edits. Brother Woody, I believe you're chairing.
Thank you. The chair has asked that I step in. I can't see who online. Can you please identify who you are and what camp?
Hello, this is Rhonda Butler, ANS Camp 2.
Go ahead, Sister Butler.
The amendment would be on the second whereas, striking Sitka sounds, because the state of Alaska is in the paragraph, it's in that sentence itself. That would be my recommendation for the amendment. Therefore, it would read, whereas the herring stock is the last population of herring within the state of Alaska that provides a viable subsistence harvest of herring eggs. You're already stating the state of Alaska.
Thank you. It is also in the final, therefore be it resolved.
Yes, and removing,
So
striking
thank you
the
for
Sitka
bringing
herring.
that up. The committee, had you made those two recommendations then? Thank you. Thank you so very much.
And I'm second that motion to amend resolution 22, to recommend do pass resolution 2203 as amended.
Thank you. The motion is to recommend do pass resolution 2203 as amended. Under discussion? Yep. So the motion was made by ANS Executive Paulette Marino, and then the second was made by ANS Sister Rhonda Butler. Under discussion? Questions been called? So Dots, can you please put up the vote for us to, well, we could do two things. You have two resolutions, correct? Oh, one. Okay, so we do have the one resolution. So Dots, could you please set us up for a vote? Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Just be a couple moments. Okay, that ballot is now open. I will post the information in the chat momentarily here as well. But you're going to be navigating back to your voting platform, logging in, and looking for the link that says Vote Now Resolution GC 2203 as amended.
Thank you. And as you complete your vote, if the next committee can please stand by to come up and present your recommendations. I'd like to call on Health and Education. Has everybody been able to cast their vote, or are there any challenges? Okay, we do have two people on the floor who need some assistance. Is there anybody online who needs assistance? If so, please put that in the chat. Actually, Dots has given the phone number to contact them in the chat. Thank you.
Yeah, and you can also just chat us directly. There's myself and Alejandro. You can just chat either of us. We have dots at the start of our name. So if you just chat either of us, we can help you out with any issues you're having.
Has everybody been able to cast their ballot? No, we still have one more. Okay, thank you. As we're waiting, I just wanted to make a recommendation that the committees who are recommending edits to please make sure those get to the grand secretaries. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. It looks like the one situation has been resolved. Is there anybody else online who needs assistance, or we're being assisted at this time? Okay, Dots, it looks like everybody has been able to cast their ballot.
Excellent. Thank you very much. So we're going to go ahead and close that vote, and we'll be displaying the results momentarily.
Thank you. Motion carries. If I could please have the A and B Sergeant at Arms escort the Health and Education Committee to the podium. Thank you. And the Health and Education Committee has advised that they do have 4 resolutions with a recommendation of do pass. At this time, can we make a decision if we will listen to them all and vote them together, or shall we vote them independently? There's one with an addition, correct? We will be voting individually then because there are additions. Thank you. additions or changes, we'll get those to the Grand Secretaries after it's approved.
Do we have to read the additions?
Yes.
Okay, so we're gonna do it this way.
And you can see yourself right there, but I'm gonna hide it.
Yes, please do. So our first thing that we're going to do, we're the Health and Education Chair was Heather Powell. Charlene, myself, stepped in. We have on our committee Chad Titel, Yvonne Watson, Vivian Holt, Cindy Reeves, Rhonda Butler, Cecilia Tavallero, I'm sorry, Cecilia. Mona Stevick, Jamin Hassekurtz, and Chilton. Oh wait, she stepped out. Adeline DeCastro, Andrea Caesar, and Amelia Wilson. Our first resolution, Anchorage, Alaska, October 2022, Resolution 2205. Our title was to promote culturally relevant elder care. We recommended do pass with addition to it.
Some of the additions, we saw that there was listed different organizations, but the Douglas Indian Association was not included, so we recommend that they be included, and and also brought up the issue. Do we need to do those ones? I don't think so.
I don't think so.
I think it was just the inclusion of Douglas Indian Association with this.
Just mentioning the fact of our elders review.
Yeah, discussion ensued in regards to elders moving to different communities to address each outlining community.
That's it, right?
So the motion from the committee is to recommend do pass with amendments or additions? Correction. Okay, thank you. So the motion has been made to accept resolution 2203. I don't have my glasses on. 2205 with additions. Do I hear a second? Second by ANS Grand Sergeant at Arms Chad Titel. Excuse me, sorry, I apologize. A and B Grand Sergeant at Arms, thank you. Discussion? Questions been called by A and B Executive Sasha Sobolov. Dots, if you could please bring us to a vote.
Yeah, we'll be setting that up momentarily here.
Thank you. There was a comment online. Get my glasses. Scroll down. Thank you. Is that comment to vote independently? Was that what we were referring to, Dots? If so, we did make that determination because each of them has either an addition or an amendment. Thank you.
Okay, great.
So,
And just to confirm, we have resolution GC 2205 with additions up as a ballot now.
that is correct. Thank you. Just a reminder for everybody, the vote is active, so please do cast your vote on resolution 2205.
Madam Chair,
Yes, go ahead, Sister Rhonda.
can I respectfully request that the DOTS team also place the link in the chat I'm in transition from my office to home.
Can you please clarify which link?
The voting link in the chat.
Oh, thank you, Dots. Could you please put the voting link in the chat? Thank you.
Yeah, we've just posted it there. It's the most recent chat there now.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Has everybody been able to cast their vote? Online, has everybody been able to cast your vote?
We're seeing no hands up.
Thank you. Hearing that all have been able to cast their vote, can we please continue with the result?
Okay, we'll just close momentarily here.
Thank you. Motion carries.
Finish Chish. Our next one is Resolution 2206. Title, Make Available Free Narcan Naloxone to Reduce Opioid Overdose Deaths. We recommended a do pass with additions.
Those additions are on the first bullet point. It says those who interact with people who use drugs, including emergency personnel and service providers, such as i.e. village health clinics. It states village safety officers, but to clarify village safety officers, to read village public officers with a slash and village public safety officers, because they're named differently throughout the state. Below that is the paragraph reading, therefore be it resolved. On the third line down after State of Alaska, change that period into a comma and say, and that the State of Alaska Department of Health and Human Services, and take out the word to, make available. And those were the only additions. The last part is to remove the word to after human service. Oh gosh. And so it reads human service make available Narcan. It would altogether read in the state of Alaska, comma, and that the state of Alaska Department of Health and Human Service, it should say services, make available. Is that good?
And we recommend do pass with additions.
Is there a second to the do pass with additions? Thank you. I see Anna, Sister Janet Burke. That makes a second. Discussion? We'll pause for a moment for any discussion online. Who was it that called the question? Oh, Brother Chad called question. Doss, if you could please prepare the vote. Thank you.
Great, and that ballot is now open. Once again, navigate to your voting platform and click Next Vote. And then you'll see the link that says Vote Now Resolution GC 22-06 with additions.
A&B Grand Secretary Tamsin.
A&B Grand Secretary Tamsin Elziute. Sister Stephanie Waddell of Camp 4 is asking if it's possible to place the resolutions in a format that they can see and read the edits.
I'm not sure we have the technology to do that, and we did not ask our committees, excuse me. We did not ask our committees to draft that. It would take them stepping into conference again to do that. So thank you for that recommendation. We can ask for all amendments or additions to be clearly stated if that's a challenge. Thank you. Has everybody been able to cast their vote in person? Thank you, A&B Grand Secretary. Thank you. I've been told, Sister Rhonda, you have your hand up?
I have not voted yet. Please, one more minute.
Yes, definitely. Thank you. Sister Rhonda, just checking in. Are we able to move forward? Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, Dots, if you could please move forward with the result.
Absolutely, just closing up that ballot, and please stand by for the results.
Thank you. Motion carries.
Goodness sheesh. Our next resolution is 2207. Title is Requesting Improved Hobby Workshop. We recommended a due pass as presented.
The motion has been made to recommend resolution 2207 due pass. Do I hear a second?
Second, Rhonda Butler, ANS Camp 2.
Second by Rhonda Butler, ANS Camp 2. Any discussion? I do recognize our A&B Executive Committeeman, Eric Morrison.
Thank you. I just wanted to note in the past, I think should be worded in there that the Alaska Native Brotherhood and Sisterhood used to be able to interact with the natives in there, and they used to donate artwork to the Grand Camp for fundraisers, and we no longer have access to them as well. So just to make note, I don't know whether we need to do an amendment or not, but just want to make you knowledgeable of that fact.
Thank you for the knowledge. I did hear a question called by ANS Executive Paulette Marino. Is that correct? Question has been called. Dots, could you please prepare the ballot?
Okay, and that ballot is now open. Just another friendly reminder to navigate to your voting platform. I'm going to post that information in the chat one more time. That info also has our support information. If you're having any issues virtually, you can reach out to us in the chat. You can also email us at credentials@dataonthespot.com.
Has everybody on the floor been able to enter their vote? Online, please note if you have any challenges. Please raise your hand online or enter in the chat if you are. Seeing no assistance needed, Dots, could you please prepare the ballot? Sorry, please prepare the results.
Yep, absolutely. That ballot is now closed, and we'll be displaying the results momentarily.
Thank you. Motion carries.
Goodness, geesh. Our next resolution is 2212. It's a recommendation to send back to the maker to be rewritten into different resolutions because there's so many different divisions, parts in it. The language revitalization priorities in the Clinton and Haida General Fund. Sorry.
So there's no action to be taken on that. You're just recommending it goes back to the maker.
Oh, this is just the explanation.
Yeah, so it's ready to
And recommended date, recommended committee.
So you go right into it. So our next one is resolution 2214, A&B ANS banner song creation. It's a due pass with addition to it and some explanations.
Discussion ensued in regards to developing and creating a song about what we have done and what we do as an organization with traditional language speakers guiding us, and then to bring it back to the body for a discussion to hopefully carry that forward. And there is a recommendation to form a committee. It's in the resolution? Well, then we're just talking. Yeah, it's recommended as a do pass.
So the motion has been made, do pass on resolution 2212. Oh, wait, no, I apologize, that's not it.
We missed the part on the committee and
Which one's up right now? 2214, do I hear a second? Second, please state your name and camp.
I'll second the motion. Elias Chase, ANS Grand Treasurer.
Thank you so very much. Is there a discussion?
Question.
Thank you. There's a hand up for discussion at this moment. ANB Grand Secretary Tamsin.
Tamsin Alziud, AAB Grand Secretary. Just a question and clarification due to the co-chairs. First, it was do pass with addition and explanations, or now is it just do pass?
It is just do pass.
Okay, goodness cheese.
Thank you. A question was called online by, was that ANS Sister Rhonda?
Yes, Madam Chair. Rhonda Butler, ANS Camp 2. Call for the question.
Thank you. Question has been called. Dots, could you please prepare the ballot?
Okay, and that ballot is now ready and open. Once again, just a reminder to click next vote to refresh your page and display the currently active ballot. You're looking for the link that says vote now, resolution GC 22-14.
There is a missing cell phone, so if you have found a cell phone, please let the Sergeant at Arms know. Has everybody been able to cast their vote on the floor? I recognize Peter Naros. Do we have a length of the time on that, Brother Naros? Okay, thank you. Online, are there any challenges, or are you all able to vote? And Dots, just stand by for a moment. We have one delegate on the floor who needs to vote.
Absolutely, yep, we'll stand by.
Thank you. Brother Nars, for your camp member. If one of the sergeant, oh, there we go. We are under a vote, brother, and we were pausing for you. Brother Tamsin.
Madam Chair, per Robert's Rules of Order, we cannot hold the vote because somebody has an errand to run or somebody is on their way to or from work. I do respect everybody. I want them to have the opportunity to vote, but that is, thank you.
Thank you for the reminder. It was my understanding they were on a brief run downstairs and right back. Thank you. Okay, Dots, I've been signaled that the vote is complete. Could you please prepare the results?
Absolutely, yeah. Just closing the ballot up now, and we'll report the results momentarily.
Thank you. Motion carries.
Just for an FYI, goodness sheesh for that vote. For our next one that we didn't get to, that we will get to tomorrow, is 2217. It's the Alaska Native Sisterhood to work with local camps to improve literacy. And working in the school, I'm going to tell you, it is a really important resolution. Goodness sheesh.
Thank you to the Health and Education Committee. If the Grand Sergeant at Arms could please escort them. And I would like to call up the Constitution Committee. Are you ready to report? The Constitution Committee has signified they're not ready to report. State and federal, are you? Oh, please go ahead, Sister Cindy.
Indian Education Department. Mr. Drew is from the Indian Education, Indigenous Peoples Education Department, and let's give him a hand and thank him for the wonderful soup. We together work with our Indigenous students here at Anchorage School District, so I really thank him for being available to make this snack for us.
Thank you. State and federal, are you ready to report?
Paulette Marino, State and Federal Co-Committee Chair, along with Andrew Roberts. However, Andrew is at a medical appointment, so Peter Norris was gracious enough to assist. And on the State and Federal Committee, I'd like to recognize Woody Watson, Grand President Quinto, Andy Johnson, Jan Trigg, once again, Peter Norris, Ann Chilton, Joey Kita, and Paul Johnson. and Catherine John for being in training on resolutions. Thank you for your work. Resolution number 22-01, A&B A&S endorse Mary Patola for Congress. This one we decided to combine with Resolution 2210, which is of like language. So then we will move on to 2202. If Dots could bring that up on the screen, please. This was entitled Request a No Vote for Holding State of Alaska Constitutional Convention. The committee recommends do pass. With edits. What are the edits?
Okay, the edits consist of the first paragraph in the third line. It says, help protect our children. We added, we need to in front of the help. On the second whereas, it's just a grammar thing. Instead of the number 6, to put in SIX. Each of the whereases needs semicolons at the end, and on the 4th whereas, on the last line it says especially the Native communities, we capitalize the N. Therefore, be it resolved that therefore needs to have an E added, and those are the edits for 22-02.
Thank you.
Thank you. And just to confirm as we move forward, oh, well, there's a motion. So do I hear a second? Second, Elias.
I'll second the motion. Elias Chase, A&S Grand Treasurer.
Thank you. It has been seconded by Elias Chase, A&S Grand Treasurer. Discussion?
Madam Chair,
Thank you. Please go ahead, Sister Rhonda.
under discussion for clarification, are we voting on resolution 2202 and we have skipped 2201 combined resolution?
Correct. We will be addressing 2210 momentarily.
Thank you for the clarification, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Question's been called by Anna Sister Chilton. Dots, could you please prepare the ballot?
Okay, that ballot is now open. Excuse me, that ballot is now open. You're looking for the link that says Vote Now, Resolution GC 22-02 with edits. And just a reminder, you may need to click Next Vote to refresh your page and display this current ballot. If you're having any issues, please don't hesitate to reach out to Dots in the chat. And we're just going to post that information one more time there. It has the link and it has our support information as well. So.
Everybody on the floor, have you all been able to vote? Online, are all of the votes cast?
No, Madam President. The Andrea Caesar I'm looking for. I've got so many emails. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Dots, could you please put the link in the chat again for the online delegates?
Yeah, for sure. And Andrea, I'll message you privately with your ID and password as well, just in case you're having trouble looking for it.
And as we pause for a point of clarification with the Grand Secretaries, in the past conventions, we have stated that the AMB and ANS Grand Secretaries would look over for grammar and spelling. That is the case still. So if your additions or amendments include grammar or punctuation, please note that the ANS and AMB Grand Secretaries will go over the resolutions carefully. Thank you. Thank you. Sister Andrea, were you able to vote?
Yes, Madam President.
Madam Chair, thank you so very much. And I will ask Dots to please prepare the result. Oh, hold on one moment, please. Thank you. We are still waiting on one vote on the floor.
Absolutely. Dots is standing by. We'll wait for your confirmation.
You're doing an amazing job again, Michael and Alejandro, and I believe there was another person this time.
Thank you very much. Yeah, we had a couple different people, Matt and Brandon, both on earlier. So thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks, Dots. Just so everybody knows, we are still resolving one technology challenge. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. While we're waiting, we have a question for A and B Executive Committee member Sasha Sobolov. Brother Sasha? What do A and B and ANS have in common?
That's a great question. The A and B and ANS have in common that we all wear caps and kugenas. It is also very true that when we are in convention and when all the delegates pass through the credential table, they leave as a donation to the A&B Grand Treasurer half of their dues, which after they pass through credentials and put their caps and kugenas on, they are all A and B brothers.
Well, we were looking for what do ANS and A&B have in common. It's 3 words, their middle name.
Thank you for that answer.
And first name. First letter and second letter. Gosh, we have to practice, huh?
Thank you. Has the technology challenge been resolved? Thank you. Dots, could you please prepare the result? Thank you. Thank you. Motion carries.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Resolution 22-04, requesting that the legislatures and the governor of the state of Alaska fully protect salmon habitat and salmon runs. The committee's recommendation is to pass.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Second, ANS, or excuse me, A and B Executive Committee Man Sasha Sobolov. Discussion?
Question.
I believe I heard Sister Rhonda.
Call for the question.
Thank you. And just a clarification, not an amendment, just noting grammatical corrections. Question has been called. Dots, could you please prepare the ballot?
Yeah, absolutely. So that ballot is now active. So just navigate once again to your voting platform. I'll go ahead and post that information in the chat one more time here. And so yeah, once you are in your site, you just click the next vote button. It'll refresh your page and you're looking for the link that says Vote Now Resolution GC 22-04.
Has everybody on the floor been able to vote? Is everybody online able to cast a vote?
We're seeing no hands up.
Thank you. Seeing no hands, Dots, could you please prepare the result?
And ballot is closed. Please stand by for results.
Thank you. Motion carries.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Resolution 22/10. ANS and ANB endorse Mary Peltola for United States House of Representatives. We are replacing 2201 with 2210, and our recommendation is to pass.
You've heard the motion. Is there a second? Second, Sister Ann. Discussion? Did I hear a discussion online?
There are no hands online.
Thank you. Just a reminder, please mute yourself if you are not actively speaking. Thank you. The question has been called by ANS Sister Burke. Dots, could you please prepare the ballot?
Okay, and once again, that ballot is now active. You're looking for the link that says Vote Now, Resolution 22-10. You may need to click Next Vote to refresh your page and display this current active ballot. The message is still in the chat if you're having any issues. The link is there as well as our support information, so don't hesitate to reach out if you're having any problems.
Has everybody on the floor been able to cast their ballot? Has everybody online been able to cast their ballot?
We're seeing no hands up currently.
Thank you, Dots. Could you please prepare the result? Thank you. Motion carries.
Thank you once again, Madam Chair. Resolution 2211, supporting Lisa Murkowski for United States Senate. The committee's recommendation is to pass.
Thank you. You've heard the motion. Is there a second? I see Elias Chase. Sister Elias has the hand up for a second. Is that correct? Second by Elias Chase. Sister. Any discussion? Thank you. I did hear a question called. Who was that? Thank you, Sister Ann. Dots, could you please prepare the ballot?
Okay, and we have ballot resolution GC 22-11 up now. Just reminder to click Next Vote to refresh your page. And once again, if you're having any issues, you can reach out to us in the chat. Alejandro and I both have dots in front of our names.
Thank you. Has everybody on the floor been able to vote? No? Okay, thank you. Online? Have you been able to vote?
We are seeing no hands raised online.
Thank you. We'll pause on the floor for a few more votes. Thank you.
Absolutely. Dots is standing by.
Thank you. Has everybody been able to vote? Okay, we'll pause. Thank you. Everybody has been able to submit a vote. Dots, could you please prepare the result?
Absolutely. That vote is now closed. Please stand by for the results.
Thank you. Motion carries.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Resolution 2213, support federal recognition of the Chinook Indian Nation. Committee recommendation, do pass.
Thank you. Do I hear a second? I do recognize Sister Elias first. I did see the hand up. Thank you. Under discussion? You did say second, right? Yes, you did say second. Discussion? The question has been called. Dots, could you please prepare the ballot?
Okay, that ballot is now open and active. Just refresh your page using that next vote button, and you're looking for the link that says Vote Now Resolution GC 22-13.
Has everybody on the floor been able to vote? We do have one. Hold on one moment, please. Online, please let Dots know if you have any challenges. Okay, Dots, I think everybody has voted. If you could please prepare the result. Thank you.
Absolutely. Ballot is now closed. Please stand by for the results.
Thank you. Motion carries.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Our committee only has 2 more resolutions. Thank you, Dots, for your assistance, and to everybody that's present. Resolution 2215, Tribal Identification Education for Transportation Security Administration, in parentheses TSA, officers and updated identification scanning technology. The recommendation is with the committee is do pass with edits. Brother Jan?
There is one edit on the therefore be it resolved on the 5th line. At the end it says additionally, comma, we put in we request before the that.
Thank you. You have heard the motion to of do pass with edits. Do I hear a second? Second, Charlene, Sister Charlene Wolf. Thank you. Discussion?
Chair, under discussion.
Thank you. I do see a hand up online, Sister Rhonda.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Rhonda Butler, ANS Camp 2. Can you please restate where the addition is?
Thank you. Yes, it was an addition on the final, therefore be it resolved. And it will be after the additionally about midway down, comma, we request that all scanning software be updated.
Thank you. I call for the question.
Thank you. The question has been called. Dots, can you please prepare the ballot?
And that ballot is now open. Just another friendly reminder to click next vote to refresh your page. And you're looking for the link that says vote now, resolution GC 22-15 with edits.
As a note, while you are voting, I have been fined $2 for misidentification of the AMB Grand Sergeant at Arms. I will pay the $2. Thank you. It is actually 4 now because I said it twice. Thank you. I'll say it halfway again to make it even 5, okay? ANS. Okay.
Madam Chair, I make a motion that anytime my name is mispronounced, that they be charged $10 fines.
Executive committee decision says no.
I could try. It'd be really good for our scholarship
I
fund,
know.
ma'am.
I don't have that authority, but thank you. Has anybody had any challenges voting on the floor? Online, have you all cast your vote?
There's no hands up.
Thank you, Dots. Can you please prepare the result?
Absolutely. Ballot is closed. Please stand by for the results.
Thank you. As the result is being tallied, my auntie has paid my fine. Thank you. Ganachshish. And motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I know I would have been fined about $1,000 by our A&B Grand Secretary for the Scholarship Fund at this point. So, our last resolution on the committee is 22-16, titled Resolution to Support in Support of Tribes Owning Infrastructure. And the committee's recommendation is do pass.
The one edit is on the further, therefore it be resolved at the end, last page. We would like to have it say A and B and add A and S.
Thank you. The motion has been made. Do pass with edit. Do I hear a second? Sister Charlene Wolf. Discussion? The question has been called. Dots, can you please prepare the ballot?
Absolutely. Sorry, just one moment. We're just finalizing that up and we will have it open for you momentarily. And it is now open. So just refresh your page one more time using that next vote button. And you're looking for the ballot that says vote now, resolution GC 22-16 with edits.
Has everybody on the floor been able to vote? Nope, we have one online. Are there any challenges voting?
Seeing no hands online.
Thank you. We'll pause momentarily for the on the floor vote. Thank you.
The committee would also like to recognize and really thank our young lady, Catherine John, who came in and sat in and learned with the resolution committee. She was a great assistance. Thank you, sister.
Has everybody on the floor been able to cast your vote? Okay, thank you. Dots, could you please prepare the ballot? Or, oh, sorry, result.
Okay, that ballot is
Please don't
now
find
that ballot is now closed. Please stand by for the results.
Motion carries. Thank you. Can the ANS or A&B Sergeant Arms please escort the committee? You do have one more, correct, to present tomorrow? No. Okay, thank you for your fine work. Thank you. Thank you. The Finance Committee did also receive a resolution.
Thank you. And with the allowance of the body, I would like each of the members to give a 1-hour speech on how much work they put into this. No, if we could just have them rise in recognition for the work. We have one resolution, please. Thank you. Thank you. Oh. Oh, there you are. I'm not tired. Oh. Okay, Resolution 2218. The therefore be resolved has been changed. The new language is now to have the Alaska Native Brotherhood and the Alaska Native Sisterhood Grand Camp presidents each assign 3 members to write a memorandum of understanding that will ensure equitability in future management of funds and equitable distribution from the trust fund of interest earned from the Sea Alaska Endowment. We recommend do pass. With edits.
Thank you. You have heard the recommendation. Sasha Sobolov, A&B Executive. Thank you. It has been moved already. Are you seconding? Thank you. It has been seconded. Under discussion? The second was made by Sasha Sobolov for the record. Thank you, Elias Chase. I recognize you, sister.
Just a short note, the CEO of Sea Alaska is endorsing this language.
And I yield back because Brother Eric actually said what I was going to say.
Thank you so very much. Sister Rhonda, you have your hand up. You're acknowledged.
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. Rhonda Butler, ANS Camp 2. Can we please hear the edits?
Thank you.
I'll reread it again. To have the Alaska Native Brotherhood and the Alaska Native Sisterhood Grand Presidents each assign 3 members to write a memorandum of understanding that will ensure equitability in future management of funds and equitable distribution from the trust fund of interest earned from the Sea Alaska Endowment. Thank you.
ANS Executive Marino.
Paula Marino, ANS Executive. I speak in strong support of this resolution. Thank you.
Sister Rhonda, I see your hand is still raised. Did you have another comment?
Yeah, I was asking for the edit. Is it in the first whereas? Is it in the second whereas?
Thank
We're
you.
not
It
there in
is-
person, so it's a little bit difficult for us to follow along with just verbiage given. If we can have directive as to
Thank you.
where it would be.
Thank you. It is the final now, therefore be it resolved.
Thank
The
you.
only,
I
therefore
caught
be it
the
resolved.
question.
Thank you. I do recognize Brother Jan. Thank you. Brother Jan is working on an amendment to recommend.
Thank you. Jan Trigg, A&B Camp 70. I would like to move to amend the resolution to add that the committee also consider how to equitably share incurred expenses for Grand Camp.
Thank you. I'll read that again. It is in the chat for those online. Move to amend to add that the committee also consider how to equitably share incurred expenses for the Grand Camp. So does the motion maker agree to that amendment? The motion maker has, and the person who seconded? Thank you. It has been agreed upon. Thank you. So the amendment does include the addition by Brother Jan. Any further discussion? Question has been called. All of those in favor of do pass for 2218 with amendments. Dots, could you please prepare the ballot?
And that ballot is now open. You're looking for the link that says Vote Now, Resolution GC 22-18 with edits. Once again, just a reminder to click Next Vote to refresh your page to display that ballot. And we will post in the chat one more time the link and our support information for anyone online who might be having any issues.
As we are paused, just a reminder that all resolutions that have not been addressed today will be addressed tomorrow again at 9 a.m. on the agenda. Thank you. Has everybody in person been able to vote? Are there any support needs online?
And we're seeing no hands online.
Thank you, Dots. Could you please prepare the result?
Ballot is now closed. Please stand by for the results.
Thank you. Motion carries. Thank you. I recognize ANS Grand President.
Thank you to everybody, all the delegates, both AMB and ANS. We thank you for this, approving this important resolution as we move forward. This is an important step for the Alaska Native Sisterhood, an important step for the Alaska Native Brotherhood, recognizing the need for this. Thank you very much. Thank you also to Seattle Camp 36 for putting forward this resolution.
Thank you. And who will I be handing the chair back over to? Okay, thank you. As I still have the opportunity, I do want to thank Sister Beverly Russell for her ongoing support as the co-chair of the Resolution Committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Heather. At this time, we would like to recognize Sister Mary and Sister Madison for youth representative gifting. Brother Sasha, can you close us in prayer?
Madison Merino Suits, Yuhat Dosa,
Kleinedy, La Hutsity, Anchorage, Kayatidi. I just have a quick announcement regarding one of the projects I've been working on this year, but first, a quick joke. After I praised my boss on his new car, he said, "If you work hard, set goals, and put in long hours, I can get an even better one next year." Now for more of a serious note. Last spring, I sold a total of 3,148 cookies and received so many donations. For donations, we have to choose a nonprofit organization to give them to, also known as a care to share. So I chose you guys for my care to share. Communities contributed in the donation of 114 boxes of Girl Scout cookies for you and your local camps to enjoy. So please accept this gift from me, Madison Merino Suits, local junior ANS Camp 87. And also, if you put Thin Mints in the freezer, they turn out really good. I have learned so many great leadership skills from Girl Scouts and selling cookies, from being a counselor at Girl Scout camp for younger girls to advanced STEM and technology. Thank you to my family and friends and our community who have donated $1, $5, and even $40. Every cent counts, and it all adds up. Just like your volunteer hours at your camps and committees, encourage your junior ANS and A&B members to get active or encourage people to join. Ganeshish, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Sister Madison. Your work and your work ethics are amazing. Sister Madison did a testimony at the Board of Fish, and she was as equally as amazing. This is our future, and we are so happy to support you, and we are thankful that you support us. Gunachish.
In the morning, we'll be doing speeches right after the youth representative. In that case, I'll call Brother Sasha up.
Could you join with me in a moment of prayer? Oh, gracious and Heavenly Father, you have blessed us with so many opportunities to show love to one another that sometimes we forget that we should also learn how to love ourselves as you have loved us. We ask, O gracious Creator, that everything that we have done today and will be doing tomorrow not be to our honor but to your honor, for it is your people and our people that we seek strength for. We ask that you would bless each family represented here this evening in this hall, and those who are online through the electronic means, that their families be blessed. For we all are happy and we're sad, and we're kind of like trying to put food on the table for our families and friends. But more importantly, we want to live so that we could do your work better, which requires us to turn to one another and help no matter what. For those are the things that we ask that you would bless the leaders who have put together our 110th convention. They have donated so much of their time away from their families. And we also ask, O Lord, that we would uplift our young people. Not only the young people, but the ones who have not come home to us, but remain somewhere. We ask, O Lord, that you would bless the moms and the dads, the grandmas and grandpas, the aunts and the uncles, and all of those who feel the tenderness of your touch and love. For that's what guides us through these tough times. And we know you wouldn't have asked us to do this if you didn't already know we chose to follow that path. We would ask these things and many things more unsaid in our hearts and in our memories. In the name of our precious Savior. Amen.
We have one announcement. A&S, be sure and bring your whites for tomorrow. With that, we'll see everybody in the morning. Thank you very much. Shuttle will be out in the back, 6:30. Somebody is missing a cell phone.